nervous.
Big debut.
I've printed out my character sheet because I have no idea what I'm doing.
And triplicate.
Oh, there's like 4 pages of it.
What? How many spells do you have?
No, it's just D&D Beyond. You just export it as a PDF and it comes out as 4 pages.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that came out with it, but it's just like a whole bunch of extra stuff we'd never probably utilize.
I don't know.
Or haven't utilized before, or stuff like that.
I just printed it because I wanted to have it on hand because I don't know what I'm doing.
So I'm interested in this, right? So while we're waiting for Dave, who's just winging his way back from a barbecue, how was your experience in making a character for the first time and trying to like think about, oh yeah, I want to make this? Did you have an idea in your head? Like, what was your thought process?
I was quite overwhelmed by all the different classes that I'd never heard of. And I was like, keep exclaiming to Reagan, there's more options! Because it's like, oh, it's not just like, are you like an elf or a dwarf or whatever? It's like 16 different people. And then it's like, oh, okay, there's subtypes. Oh, and then you pick a class. And I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
So it was fun though.
Just stressful.
I was stressing out over the spells because I was like, oh my god, how do you choose?
Yeah.
But I just picked one that I felt like would maybe complement what everyone else had because I don't know. I tried to like make sure I picked a class that no one else had.
Yeah, yeah.
Was there any
like a dark elf or something?
No.
Oh, it's not a dark elf?
No, it's an Eladrin.
Eladrin. Right.
Was there anything in particular that helped you in that process?
They had some good descriptions of it on the actual D&D Beyond website. So like you could click and like read about the different stuff. And I did Google it. I did Google a few things to like try and like clarify what I was looking at.
Mm.
But yeah, it's pretty like intense lore that
I don't know. You've kind of gotten into the backstory a little bit on your character as well, which is really cool.
I tried to.
Yeah. I mean, for a one shot, you probably didn't need to do too much for a one shot. I assume, but you're kind of wanting to use this sort of moving forward, eh?
Well, I'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
I think a one shot is perfect to try something out, and then if you don't like it, you can always change it. One of the big things about long-standing campaigns is you kind of make your character, especially if it's your first campaign, and then it might be like 2 years before you get to make another character. You know, like Reagan's had that experience, and I think it's kind of turned out fine for you, but maybe you would have made different decisions. I don't know.
Like I quite like how Finn has turned out, but I'm very much ready to move on from Finn. That's for sure.
Mm.
Yeah, like so I'm bringing Crandall to this one shot, which is for anyone watching, we've got a text D&D in our Discord channel that we do, and yeah, so and Crandall is I think we're only at level 2 in the text D&D at the moment, so I just pushed him back a level and thought I really liked his character. I like the idea of this being this instead of like a failed bard, but a character that's actually worked quite hard and is quite, I don't know, he's worked hard and he's actually quite charismatic and actually knows what he's doing.
So the original concept for Crandall was that he had failed in his...
No. I just think it's quite typical to have like a bumbling bard instead of like an actual charismatic knows what he's doing. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
A spoony bard.
Yeah.
If you know that. Have you heard of that?
I've heard of the spoony bard.
Like a quote from one of the Final Fantasy games where someone insults the bard by calling him spooning.
Spoony.
Spoony.
Burning.
Spoony.
Spoon. Your
like
spoon.
Spoony.
Oh yeah, spoon. A spoon for sure is a weird thing.
A what?
Yeah, a spoon. You're talking about a spoon, right?
Yeah, spoony.
Yeah, you're a spoon. You're a spooner. You're spoony.
All right,
Okay.
wait.
So Crandall's not Spoony then.
No, Crandall is
Spoony in
definitely
the
not
slightest.
Spoony. No.
Okay.
Crandall knows what's up. He can sing, he can perform, he can play his lute very, very well. And he's also good looking. He's a good looking guy as well. He's got everything.
If
So
you do
it's like
say
you.
it yourself.
He's just not combat
Yeah.
ready.
You need a bit of costume though.
Yeah, I do.
Yes.
I do.
Have a
Yeah.
Okay, thanks everyone who's joined us. I just thought I'd acknowledge everybody on the chat so far and just say, so we're just waiting on our fourth player for this evening, but we will get started shortly regardless. But do hang in. Just wanted to, you may have caught it from context, but it's Joe's very first time playing D&D, and she's doing it live on stream, which is, I mean,
sounds like a bad decision now you say it like that.
Oh, it is.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's why I'm wearing the wig so no one can recognize me.
Yeah, good.
But I do think though, like the thing that I like most about D&D is not the fact that we stream it. I think it's the fact that I don't think I would enjoy producing something that's specifically for a stream where that was the main consideration. I think it's like if you have fun, people will enjoy that, and then you have the streaming stuff as like kind of icing on the cake.
Yeah. I mean, that was I didn't start streaming this because I wanted to make a fancy stream or anything. I just thought, this would be cool. This would be fun to actually just have fun. It was my first turn at doing D&D, and I just really enjoyed it.
Nice.
Yeah.
So if I click off this tab, I'll still be showing A. I'm still figuring out all these tabs.
Oh yeah. We can still see you just fine.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just playing around with my microphone. For some reason, levels are going a bit weird. So hopefully I'm not. Hopefully I'm not deafening anyone while I play with that. I'm not too loud for you guys.
You sound alright.
Okay, cool. Right. You think we're going to be able to start without Dave without any issue?
We'll have some issue, but I guess remains to be seen. He'll just have to catch up.
Yeah, gotcha. And in regards to the standard, the usual Getting Dicey campaign, you must be pretty excited about wrapping that up and taking on a player role in the next campaign.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to playing again. It's been so much fun playing in the text adventure. One thing about DMs is that we often have like 3 or 4 characters that we've thought about that we really want to play. But I think in general it's a bad idea to try to insert a character you want to play into an existing campaign, because you end up with this this kind of tension where you like have they call it the DM PC, where you unconsciously favor or disfavor your character or the character that you really want to play.
Yeah.
And like as speaking as somebody who has made literally every mistake that you can possibly make as a DM, I did that, but with a whole party. I was like, I want to play all these characters and I put them in a campaign and like trounce the main party with them, and it was just like it was the dumbest thing. It was my worst time ever DMing. But I learned from there, right? And I was like, DMing is not really about you as much. It's about what the party's doing. They want to feel like the heroes, and you should let them. Because that's the most interesting part of D&D, is when other characters are doing things that you didn't expect. And if you just kind of have it plotted out in your head and you have like characters who are enforcing your will on other people, it's way less fun. It's way more predictable. And it's not really a role-playing game at that point. It's just kind of paint by numbers.
Yeah, I was literally thinking about that exact thing today in regards to when I start DMing. It's like if I sometimes we've found that you take control of an NPC and fight alongside us, and it's the whole are you meant to like suddenly use that person's best attacks to help out as best you can, or do you just do like really middle of the road things? But by choosing middle of the road things, are you doing something that the NPC wouldn't actually be doing? So it's it's quite tough.
Yeah, and the way that I think about it is like, what do I want to achieve? What outcome am I trying to have happen? Like, you guys had an experience with Tracy where Tracy showed up and just like trounced a giant in front of you.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to achieve with that is for you to understand that ancient dragons are powerful. That was the point. And so now when you are literally right now in the middle of facing an ancient dragon, you have that memory of, holy shit, what happens if this thing does this to us? So it's a little bit of like thinking about what you want your players to think at the end of it, rather than being like, I want to. This is for me. It's really still for the players. It's just like, what things do you want them to remember?
Yeah, I'm well aware that we're up against an ancient dragon at the moment. Yeah, it's actually a little terrifying. Yeah, because it's already been way too much damage already. I think to like, thankfully it's been to the giants, so hopefully that's purposeful.
Yeah, it will be interesting when the rest of you kind of engage in earnest.
Yeah.
With Imrith. So what's the next campaign? Is it something that you?
Yeah, so we're going to do the lost mine of Fandelver, which I haven't really read much into. I've got all the assets and stuff sorted. I just need to actually create it all in Roll20 and figure out how to work Roll20 with everything. I feel like there's a lot to learn.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to some dynamic lighting.
And because you've made that look so easy.
And being able to control my character reliably every time we change maps.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait. Dave.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was just going to say, like, for those who maybe haven't joined before, or for Joe's benefit at least, every time we try to use dynamic lighting, I fuck something up. every time we change maps, I also fuck something up.
Yeah.
So somebody can't see, or somebody can't move their character, or whatever it happens to be. So it's not me giving Reagan shit. It's just me giving myself shit. Really.
I get the feeling I'm going to get way more flustered when that happens than you get. You kind of just like, oh well, this is the kind of thing's going to happen. I'm just going to be like
I think
camera off, trying to.
I think it's a key. I think it's a key DM skill though. Like a lot of DMs swear by improv classes and things like that as well.
Yeah.
I know you've done some acting and stuff.
Yeah.
Well, quite a lot of acting. So have you done like any improv stuff that might be?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of.
You
improv.
might draw upon.
I've done so much improv. Yeah, so it's all good. So I'm actually really looking forward to like embodying like a bunch of different characters. It should be fun. The thing is, it's going to be really interesting. And Joe's sort of picked up on this because she's watched a couple of our streams. We're all very Kiwi. We're all very understated and kind of. So it'll be interesting to get all like, I'm just barbarian character and like whatever, and then everyone just going, oh yeah, so I pick up the thing. So we'll see how it goes. Hey, Dave's back.
Oh, Merry Christmas.
Good.
Can you show us what's on your sweater though? What does it say? Merry Christmas, you filthy.
Surely
what else would it say?
You filthy animal, love it.
Joe, do you get the reference?
Of course not.
Home Alone.
I have seen it.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. And a happy New Year. I chocolate fish for you, Reagan, for getting that one.
Thank you. All right, so I'm just going to put you at the top left of the stream here, Dave. Sorry, not Dave. John, since you're DMing, thank you for offering to DM again. This
Yay, John, you're awesome.
That is all right.
Someone, Hot Tub Bird.
Nuts for all of the problems I'm going to have.
Yeah. Hot Tub Bird just mentioned. I think he's written Angels with Filthy Souls, which I think is the fake movie that they made for Home Alone, where that quote is from. So angels with filthy sides, cool.
I do like how deep the lore on the internet is.
yeah.
Don't insert yourself into your friends. Ooh.
Because you're
You
talking
don't-
about you're talking about inserting yourself into friends' campaigns or something.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's very different when you drop the word campaign. Okay. Cool. So, are we ready? Do you all want to kind of maybe give a little bit of overview of who you'll be playing tonight? And we talked a little bit about Joe. It's your first time. Yeah. Do you guys want to take it away? Maybe starting with Reagan.
Okay, so I'm playing with Crandall Floss, which I think Dave and John, and actually I think all of you guys know at the moment. Crandall Floss is a bard, it's just a human bard, who is a performer from his hometown, and he's actually pretty good. He's pretty well known in his hometown, and he is out traveling. No, he is. He's not like a
This is exactly what the bard would say.
He's actually very good. He's got a bit of a following.
Quite well known.
He's pretty popular where he's from, and he's decided he knows that there's a bit of cash to be found if he does some traveling, and so he's doing exactly that. And on his way, he's met up with your characters.
Lucky him.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's lucky to have met me. This character.
Wow.
I chose a haunted past for my character, so they're like a bit of a Debbie Downer.
Oh no.
She's a virgin elf, so she's naturally haughty, but she has a dark past, so she's traveling around trying to help people to absolve her guilt and just be a bit of a lost kind of despairing character at the moment. That's all I got. I tried.
Lovely.
I feel like you and Gak.
Gak.
Hey, it's not oust, right? There is no oust in this.
I think there's a little bit of Alston Gak.
No, there is. Oh, there's a little bit of me in
wait.
Gak, so,
first of all, what is it, fire and ice for Gak? Is that right?
Yeah. So.
So Joe, Alst has fire and ice as swords.
Oh, he does too. Fuck, I forgot about that. Well, see, I was playing around with the spells, and I was just kind of like, and the spells I had originally for Gak were acid based, and then I was looking for, because he's a sorcerer, he has, and he's taken the part like a blood of a draconic bloodline as his, I can't remember the words, and then you get to choose your like the colored dragon that is sort of influences the path you've taken. So I was tossing up between sort of, a metallic one, and all their spells, all their powers are acid based, and I was like, I don't really like acid spells. And then of course I saw the picture of the place we're playing in ice, whatever, and I was like, oh, fire and ice would be perfect. So it just kind of happened that I picked fire spells and ice spells. So
Yeah.
And
I do actually really like how you're like half elf and half orc.
Yeah.
And you put those two things together, and you have this duality, this kind of like.
It's brilliant.
Maybe not even yin and yang, but you certainly have fire and ice.
It's kind of cool because I was reading, because I did a whole lot of reading when I was looking at the racial things, and obviously orcs and elves tend not to come up against each other or tend not to sort of spend a lot of time together. But when I found the story, or when you showed me that thing, John, I was like, oh, this is awesome! Like just how they kind of you get almost the best of both worlds. Like you get the kind of the elven grace, the elven beauty, but you kind of get the orcish ferocity. It's like, oh, I love that. That's really cool. And this became Gak.
That's cool.
One thing I would really love to explore with Gak, maybe not in a one shot, but maybe later on, is whether or not he's sterile. Because as you might be aware, with half breeds and things like that, quite often they're not viable. They cannot produce offspring, like a mule or a lion or a tigon.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting thing for you to roll, maybe.
Oh, I'm sure it could happen
50,
at some point.
I'm the elf, or is Dad the elf?
So Gak's story, very interesting. I showed this to Reagan early on, and I have it written down somewhere. But basically, where is it? I've lost it. Oh, okay. So Gak's mum is a wild elf, his father's an orc. And I wrote it down in my backstory that he was sired during an orcish raid of an elven village. So during this battle, his mum and his father were facing off each other, and they just kind of embraced in this impassionate moment, and that's kind of how Gek became. So he's a child of lust, not love.
I'm guessing his dad named him. Gek doesn't sound so.
It's not very elvish, no. So basically, he, I believe, father had the chance of the naming, and essentially, Gek was kicked out of the elven town because he looked too much like an orc. So whilst he has this elfish face, he's got the elven ears. He has two massive tusks coming out of his face, which the elves didn't like. So and flaming red hair, which doesn't really fit with elven. So yeah, totally snobbing elves that just sort of said to this guy, "Get out, you're ugly, we don't like you." So that's kind of his whole focus on life. No one really likes me. It's just the way it is.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But he's the most beautiful orc.
He's the most beautiful orc you'll ever see. That's right. So it's sort of like he's one of those kind of characters that you're drawn to, but he's a bit scary. He's a bit unknown. He's a bit dark. He's a bit sort of moody. Yeah.
I like this. Dave, you've gone for like the most beautiful, and I've gone for the most like popular in his town. I think we've got
combination.
We've got
high fives everywhere.
Our true intentions are shining through our characters.
And Marippa,
kind of like me.
Yeah.
So beautiful.
the most haunted.
The most haunted.
I am haunted in my daily life also.
Okay. So I think we'll kick in from there.
Mm.
So our group of adventurers have been traveling together for a few weeks, making their way from town to town, and they arrive in a town called Iceville, far to the north. It's a thriving mining town, and it survives long, cold, dark winters. When the nights are longest, the people of Iceville light up the darkness with candles and song and exchange of gifts during Kringlefest. The celebration is named after the mysterious Kringle who long ago brought light to Iceville after the dark days. That Kringle most loved for giving every child in town a gift during Kringlefest that he made in his magical workshop. It is believed by many that Kringle travels into town on a red sleigh full with presents, drawn by 8 flying reindeer. Kringle silently enters each house without ever being seen by children or their parents. In exchange for the gifts, the children leave treats for Kringle, which are always gone when they awaken to find their gift.
Obi, sit. Obi.
Obi.
Sit.
Sit, Obi. You sit right now, Obi.
This is where you...
Obi.
That'd be my dog, who's trying to be taken for a walk right now, but it becomes a game. It's hilarious. Well, it's funny to watch, but...
And this is where we arrive. So the three of you walk into Iceville. There are sconces and torches lit all over town. People milling about, just going about their daily business. It's kind of headed toward dusk at this point, but you can see already the fires burning for the long, cold night. What would you all like to do?
Just wait.
It's bored already.
John, are you able to turn the volume of the music down a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Searching the dog up for a walk is a two-man job.
All right, so we've just entered into the city.
Groovy.
What do we do? Is there anything of note in front of us?
So in front of you, you see the usual kind of entranceway. I think the main feature of this town is kind of the rows and rows of lights, of sconces and wee lamps that line the city streets. Much more than what you would be used to in a similar town. You have heard rumors of a dark past with this city, with this town. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm waiting for Crandall to tell us what we're going to do.
Crandall. Okay, so Crandall looks towards American and Gak, and sort of look at us. The tavern. We must make our way to the tavern, for I am ready to put a show on this town has never seen.
You're getting basically Gek is just going to grunt at you, like whatever. Sure.
America is not very involved. Just sure.
That's the spirit. Is there can Crandall see any kind of signage for any sort of tavern or?
Yes, you see a sign above one of the buildings with kind of the sign itself has swinging saloon doors poised open, and below that you see the lettering for the Barge Right Inn.
The Barge Right Inn. Oh, nice. Okay.
Sounds awesome.
And does it look very full? Does it look like it's bustling?
It's hard to tell from the outside, but it's certainly well lit in there.
Cool.
So there are a pair of saloon doors mimicking those on the sign above, although obviously without anybody pressing them open. They are currently closed.
American is suspicious of any new place, so wants to check around to see if there are any druidic markings left as clues as to what might be going around in this town.
Okay. Let me just see what I can get a roll for that, because that is very interesting. I think roll Arcana.
I will try to do that.
If you click your character sheet for roll 20 where it says Arcana, it should hopefully roll that for you.
Okay. I clicked it.
Oh, you clicked it a few times.
On it.
We'll take the first roll. So, looking around,
That was a 21, by the way.
Is that good?
Yeah.
21 is very good. So, looking around the city, you see some very, very ancient markings. Not quite druidic in nature, but perhaps shamanistic or something like almost a cousin of what you know. You can't manage to gather much from these, except to say that there was some ancient conflict which kind of engulfed this town.
Right.
Any obvious signs of that conflict are not apparent at this point.
Right. So then American doesn't feel the need to tell her companions anything about it.
Okay.
It's not of interest to them.
And having seen the barge right in, Crandall is ready to do exactly that, and he just walks confidently towards the front door and pushes the door of the barge right in open.
Cool. So you would say that you barge right in.
I barged right in.
I'll follow
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
thank you.
pretty good.
Thanks.
I'll just walk in. Nothing fabulous.
Yeah, and Gek is basically just going to kind of skulk in behind, kind of ominously, kind of looking like he's trying to hide. He's got a hood pulled over his head because he's really kind of a bit unsure about his rather bright orange hair, so he kind of likes to keep it hidden. And he doesn't like people pointing at his teeth, so he's just going to skulk in.
Okay. So as you all barge right in, you see as you enter the tavern, it's full to the brim. It's very difficult to find a seat, but eventually you do find a table for the three of you to kind of perch at. A tall bar leaner, and waitresses run off their feet, ferrying drinks back and forth. You manage to catch their eye. What would you like?
Oh, go right ahead.
Huh?
Whoever? Who? Oh, I thought I heard someone go to talk. Is Crandall just is looking around to see if there's a band already playing?
There is already a band playing.
Okay.
You hear the sounds of tambourines and some sort of strange bag-like instrument among the usual woodwind and string instruments.
Okay, I'm just going to roll a d20 just to see if Crandall actually likes what he's hearing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2. He hates it. He is not impressed.
Can I roll a performance check for them?
Oh, yeah.
please?
Okay, sure.
They got a 14.
Okay.
So you make up your own mind.
I think
Make up your own-
I think they're playing instruments Crandall has never heard before, and maybe is not currently enjoying.
Let's be fair. Crandall's not going to like anyone else's music but his own.
That is a very good point.
You're a human bard, of course. That's gonna.
Yeah, yeah. And with that, he kind of just unstraps his lute from his back and just kind of just strums a little bit, just to himself, just to make himself feel, like he thinks he's better than what's going on at the moment.
Okay.
But
John, sorry, Regan.
no, go right ahead.
I was just going to ask if Gak's looking around, is it the barman who I would see as being the one in charge? Is there a guy behind the bar or someone behind the bar who seems to be in charge?
How would you determine who was in charge?
Apparently, I'm just initially pouring drinks and giving orders to the barmaids. That's what I'm looking for. Someone who looks like he's kind of bossing people around.
So the situation is the barmaids ferry drinks away and come back with order slips.
Yeah.
Give them to the barkeep who pours those all out.
Okay.
Kind of motion. So, I think it's kind of hard to determine who is in charge per se.
All right. Next question: is there a table near the stage?
There are a couple of tables nearest the stage.
Yeah, and
they are probably 5 or 6 feet away, and they currently are patroned.
Okay. Which table has the least people with them? The least people at it?
There's a table with 2 people at it,
Okay,
but
cool.
a couple of other empty vessels and plates.
Okay, cool.
So their own food and drink, but then there are a couple of kind of empty place settings, presumably by people who have finished their meal, though their whereabouts you're not sure of.
Okay, cool. So Gak's just going to leave Crandall and Merkin in the middle of the room, head straight to the bar, and on the bar himself to try to get the barkeep's attention. And when
he looks up from his furious pouring, it's a very busy night. He says, "Yes, what can I get for you?"
So Gak's just going to slowly look around at him. He's got very deep, dark eyes. So literally, all he's going to see is these fangs, these kind of tusks, looking at him, and he's just going to beckon very slowly because he doesn't want to make a scene just yet.
Oh, jeez.
Roll persuasion.
Roll persuasion. Oh, crikey! Damn it! It's a 16.
So he kind of, as he looks up from his drinks, he locks eyes with you, and he sees those horned tusks, and he kind of just glides down the bar towards you and says, "Yes, sir."
So as he slides down, "Yes, sir," Gak just slowly pulls his hood off, revealing pointy ears, fiery red hair, very much an orcish-like face.
You just see his eyes bulge and like grow large in his head, and his mouth agape.
Yeah, Gak's used to this experience. This is totally what he wanted. So he turns to him and goes, "How does the music battle sound?" In perfect common, an absolute perfectly crisp common. I propose a music battle.
He says,
And-
"I think it sounds something like what they're doing right now." Don't joke.
Yeah. Good point. And so he's going to carry on. My man over there, who's got his lute out.
He's just strumming away in the background, just playing to himself.
Okay.
I would like a
we'll make you
drink.
50 times the coin that this band is making you right now if you let him play off against them. And get me the table beside the stage.
Can American and Crandall overhear with this? Do they know that this battle's being proposed?
You're all. I'm assuming you're all seated. You didn't.
Yeah,
you didn't
we're seated.
follow Gak up to the bar.
No, Crandall he sat at the first seat he saw and pulled out his loot and sat down.
And I just hover behind him, just looking around.
Behind Gak.
With suspicious eyes, just hanging out next to Crandall.
Okay. So go ahead and roll perception if you wanna try to get the gist of what is going on between the barkeep and Gak.
Do we both
Actually, ignore my roll. Ignore my roll. Crandall doesn't care. He's in his own world. Sorry.
Alright, I'll roll for it.
Cool. I think with a 21,
Oh, jeepers.
you managed to gather that from across the bar. You managed to gather that Gak is trying to arrange some sort of musical battle, putting two and two together, knowing a little bit about Gak now. You've travelled with him for a few weeks. You assume he's trying to put Crandall in the place of the current entertainment.
Right. So I tap Crandall on the shoulder, try to stop him, bring him back out of his own little world to talk to him.
Amira, yes, how are you?
Listen. I think Gak's trying to get you to out those jokers over there.
Well, it won't be too hard.
I think you should do it.
Could I do it? And Crandall just like plays the lute like mad, smiling and winking at all the people and patrons near him. Can I do it?
Roll
Just-
performance.
A dour look of disapproval for him.
It's a 14.
Yeah, so you play some sweet licks, not without some mistakes, but they're the kind of mistakes that a musician might hear, and most normal folk are just like, yes, sweet licks, man.
And despite doing that, he kind of just is a little. He noticed his mistakes, and he's like, and he starts tuning, starts retuning his lute.
Blames the instrument.
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah, 100%.
Okay, so we'll go back to Gat now. So he says, "Oh yes, if does he? What does he know? Does he know any of the local tunes, perhaps?"
He'll know more than the local tunes. He's
perhaps-
got a vast array of talent.
Well, I'll tell you, there is the Curse of Iceville. Does he know that?
I'm sure he will. He's a
Good.
well-traveled musician. He has a list of music and a list of tunes that he knows is longer than my arm.
Then that is what we shall battle on.
Excellent. And just so I can enjoy the show, I'd like that table. Pointing at the table with the Satu there, I'd like that table for my friends to sit at when he's while we're watching my friend play.
So at that you see him shake his head and he just says, I would be a poor host if I ejected my patrons. Those two fine young men there, they spend a pretty penny here. I don't know if I can just eject them for any old person.
Okay, would you
Person?
mind? Yeah, that's a stretch.
As his intonation rises.
Hearing that, Gak's just going to let out a little bit of a guttural kind of growl because he's tired of being having his person questioned because he's a person to himself. He may not be human, but that's not his fault. He does actually. Just going to say at that point, do you mind if I eject them?
It says, yes, of course I do.
I won't do it forcefully. I'll just tell them that they need to move, and they can go stand at your bar if you wish. I don't care where they stand as long as I get the seat.
American
people-
overhearing, like, He's causing trouble again.
Yeah. Most people don't mind moving for me. They don't really like sitting next to me, to be fair.
Well, you're welcome to ask, but that is their usual spot.
Okay, that's cool. So you're cool with the battle, though, right?
Yes,
Excellent.
it sounds lovely.
Make it happen, good sir. Make it happen. And when I found my seat, I'll wave to you for some drinks.
Okay, so go ahead and do whatever you're gonna do with the table.
Okay, cool. So basically, it's gonna hood back up and stroll over to the table. Now, how many seats did you say there were?
So there are 4 seats there.
4 seats, two taken, yeah.
But two of them are taken at the moment.
Okay.
And 2 of them have plates that are there that are empty.
Alright, cool. So Gek's just basically going to stomp up to one of the chairs, looking to sit beside the smallest person at the table. So he's just going to kind of get a bit of a gauge as he walks up to the table, sit right next to the smallest one, the big kind of thump. Look at them. Look at this guy. I'm assuming it's a man. I'm not actually sure.
They're both men.
Both men, human. They don't look scary.
They're both human. So one of them is kind of like solidly built, like quite large brunette with long flowing hair, and the other one has shorter blonde hair, like kind of medium build.
Okay.
Kind of clothing like a step up from a peasant's clothing.
Oh, even better. So Gek's just gonna stomp up, sit right down to the right next to the blonde guy, big burly arm around his shoulders, and put his full weight on this guy. Look at him from his hood and say, "Mind if I sit here?" And then big toothy grin.
Okay, give me a dex check.
Dex check.
Yeah.
It's a 5. That's a terrible roll. Oh my god.
Okay. As you go to sling your arm around this guy, you he definitely ducks underneath, and you kind of stumble forward slightly, not hurting yourself or anything, but just it looks very awkward before you rise to meet his gaze again and ask your question.
Mm-hmm.
So roll intimidation with disadvantage.
Oh. All right, fine. Damn it. With disadvantage, it's a 6. Oh my goodness.
You're not as scary as you think you are.
Still, yeah?
Huh?
You've got your hood down still, yeah?
Yeah.
So he looks at you and says, "I'm not sure where you are, mate, but no, these seats are saved."
Gek didn't want to have to do this. Alright, so taking a deep breath in, because Gek doesn't want to be angry within the first 5 minutes of his total existence. I don't want to perpetrate the myth of angry orc right now. So he's going to restrain himself just slightly and try and keep his elven composure together. Suck it up, hood back on, and I'm just going to stroll over, because he kind of feels like he embarrassed himself, but in his mind that went so much better. He's going to walk over to Crandall and tap Crandall on the shoulder. "You're up, dude."
Excuse me, I believe they're still playing up there on the stage. What
So as you say that, there's a knock from the barkeep. Tap, tap, tap. From the side of the bar onto the stage. And they begin playing a very different, much more somber tone. And as the music starts in, I won't disturb our listeners with my singing voice. This time,
Come on, John.
so that you catch the lyrics, and it says, "Iceville was cursed to darkness in a time long ago. Every nook, every cranny, there no light would go. Fear and sadness for all, and the tears, oh, they did flow. For no relief in sight did the dawn ever show. A stranger came to town, coming up the road. He said he wanted to free Iceville from the darkness that took hold. His name was Kringle, a hero from far away. He'd heard our plight in Iceville, promising to hold the dark at bay. The evil feared the hero and tried to trap him cold. But the children cheered for Kringle, and their love kept him from that hold. The evil swore to slay him, but Kringle was so bold. He slew it with his power, bringing light to defeat our foe. As years passed, he stayed near us in the forest to the north. His workshop full of magic. Children's toys do come forth. He brings them down to Iceville and slips from house to house, leaving toys and eating cookies not noticed, even by a mouse. This day is a thanks to him for bringing light to our town, and he thanks all our children with presents that abound. And they're going to roll their performance check. Crowd favorite, this one. Ooh, not great for him. You kind of hear like some smattering of claps, like no like raucous applause, but you hear the odd kind of yeah, it was okay.
I just want to see how much Crandall enjoyed it. A 10. So yeah, he's liking it a bit more than before. But he's
Really, Crandall? That was their worst performance yet.
yeah,
Come
but
on now.
I think he liked the tune. I think he liked the song more than the performance, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
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 Which was also his chance to try and like, I might have to remember this one.
Yeah, you're actually going to have to because you're up next.
And then after that, they kind of motion you up, Crandall.
I just grab him by the shoulder quickly before he leaves and go, listen, I don't want to put any pressure on you, but we really need you to win this and blow everyone away because I want a place to sleep tonight. So please proceed.
And that is a challenge that Crandall is more than happy to step up to. He goes, Miraquin, by my honor, you will have somewhere to sleep tonight. And if it is not here, it'll be somewhere else that is amazed by my performance. And he stands up. He stands up in the smoothest motion anyone has ever stood before. And he makes his way up to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm about to play for you, you may have heard before, but you've never heard it played like this.
As you step towards the thing and kind of give you a speech, the whole crowd kind of quiets down around you. And the rest of the band offers you backing. Like,
Okay, cool.
Kind of motioning, like, do you want us to back or?
He's like, this might be a little different than what you're used to playing, so I'm sure you'll be able to keep up. He wants to basically perform the same song, but with a little more of a flourish, and he wants to change the word Kringle to Crandall, the hero.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has Crandall ever heard this song before?
Crandall that was the first time Crandall had ever heard that song.
Okay. But with a musician's ear, I think you can probably pick up the chords, but some of the words maybe not so much.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll performance.
And by all means, he actually heard Crandall, the hero. He didn't hear. He's quite proud that he thinks that this is about him already. So
Miraquin's a little bit concerned about how a little bit over cocky he is, and so she's thinking that she might add in a little bit of secret flourish just to help his performance along. So she wants to use the controlled flames when his performance comes to its head. She'd like to control the torches on the wall just a little bit to like flare up to give him that little bit of extra oomph to
Now
please
we're
the crowd.
talking.
But she really would just want somewhere to sleep.
I love how both of us just had the let's burn some shit while Crandall's thinking idea.
Monster in the chat had a good Back to the Future reference there. The key is in A minor, watch for the chord changes. Yeah, that's perfect.
You'll love it.
Yeah. And with that, Crandall lowers his head, takes a big breath, lifts his head, and performs
with disadvantage.
with disadvantage. It's an 11.
This is your first time trying to play this song.
Damn
live
it.
in front of an audience.
It's
All
better
right.
than they played it.
So even with the flourishes from
Do I have to
from
roll something
American?
else for my little flourish?
Yeah, I think roll performance.
That's not going to be great for me.
No,
Oh, how do you get a 0?
no, it's not good. That's not good.
Wow, that's a crap fail.
I'm actually a little worried at what
This is what happens when an elf tries to help a performance.
with flame in a
With
tavern.
flame.
Like,
In a
as
tavern.
the flourishes kind of go up, they like catch fire to the wood, and you see people trying to put them out as this train wreck of a performance continues on. But does manage to recover in the second section when nobody's trying to interfere, and there's a timely distraction as one of the patrons' chairs becomes lit up, and they kind of assume that somebody had dropped something that was too hot, and they're dancing around. So you go through that same song. I'm not going to repeat it.
Okay.
But
So
replacing the word Kringle with Crandall.
Mm-hmm.
Which probably didn't go in that well.
No.
I think I'm going to roll for the crowd. It's not as awkward as the smattering of claps that the group got before. There's a few people like, oh yeah, I didn't mind that. That was good. That was a good different kind of performance. I'm glad that there's a different band member in town because they're better than the other ones.
Yes, that's all I wanted to hear.
But not rapturous applause or anything.
Mm.
And the barkeep kind of peeks around the corner and he says, "That was the best we've seen in ages." Play another.
And Crandall, even though he knows he didn't do as well as he normally did, since it is a new song to him, he's still, having heard that, is absolutely chuffed. Big smile on his face. He's like, should anyone need to hear more from me, I will be here every night this week.
Oh, God.
And you hear like a smattering of applause to that proclamation.
Nice. And Crandall just sort of heads back down towards the table, just swooping like a jug of ale off a waitress's plate as he makes his way back down to the table.
They let rock stars do that, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a few people around. The band take their places again, and you all kind of, stand around or sit or whatever your postures seem to be, and tuck into ale or food or whatever you would like. Gak, your chair of fire, as it were, is it still burning, or are you
It's
letting
still
it...
burning. It's still burning until the patrons move. I want my...
So they're busily trying to douse it. There's a barmaid who's kind of come over as well. They're trying to douse it in beer and water and things, and as soon as they do that, it ignites anew. Does it just keep on burning? Like, is that the...
I need to. Wait a second. So, because the create bonfire one, basically until the spin it. So basically, until the spell ends, and the magic bonfire fills a 5-foot cube. Any creature on it will take damage if they fail on the dexterity save. Excuse me. So they take 1d8 fire damage if they don't make a dex save, and they've got to do a dex save of 12.
But you were trying not to hurt them. You were trying to...
I was
scare them
trying
off
not
the
to hurt
chair,
them. So yeah, it's just basically trying to scare them.
Yeah. Okay. So they're definitely scared off the chair, and they're staying away from it. But they're trying to douse it with water and beer and things.
Yeah. So seeing them move away, I'm just going to sort of step in and actually sit on the other chair while it's still burning. Just sit down on the third chair that isn't burning. So basically, watching the fire and just enjoying it.
So is the bonfire a magical fire?
Yeah.
Oh right, so I can't extinguish that. I've got the control flames, but it doesn't work on magical fires.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't read that bit.
Yeah. She's just skulking there, hoping no one noticed that she tried to help.
Okay, as you sit back down, and this chair just eventually, it's made out of wood. It's a stool that's made out of wood. It just kind of is reduced to cinders. You see the guy kind of standing like, what the fuck? And it just kind of, I'm assuming, goes out. You're not trying to burn the whole place down.
No, I just wanted to burn the chair down and get them off their stools, so I could then claim the table as my own.
So he's like stamping out the stool, stamping out the embers from the stool, and kind of stands there, leaning at the leaner now instead of sitting on a stool at it.
Yeah.
And notices you. What do you do?
So basically, I'm assuming the other guy has stood up as well.
No,
No, he's still sitting there.
he was laughing at his friend.
Brilliant. So I'm just going to sort of look at him and go, guess this seat's taken, and just leave. And grab if there's an ale on the table, I'm just going to grab it and drink it.
So there's an ale in front of each man.
Yeah, I'm just going to grab the one in front of the man who no longer has a stool, and so guess that seat's taken and drink it.
Okay. Roll intimidation with advantage.
Intimidation. Hang on, I've got to find it. Where am I? Ah, damn it. That would be a 23.
That's pretty intimidating.
Both of them kind of look at each other, look left, look right, and then see you and also the people you came in with. And they're like, well, we mean you no harm, friend. This is our regular table, but I suppose we could vacate it for the evening before, like, sprinting out of the pub. And just running away. And you have this primo spot.
Awesome. So I gesture towards American and Crandall and Six.
All right. This is all happening while Crandall is just walking back down from the stage, so he just sort of heads straight for this table, not really knowing at all what's going on.
Yeah.
Or caring.
No,
Yeah.
why would you care?
Okay, and as you do, you notice a hunched over little figure kind of enter the bar, spewing out kind of crazy talk left and right. Scaring patrons left and right. He wanders into the middle of the bar, funnily enough, near where the table is that you are, and starts talking what you assume to be nonsense, but then begins to be very consistent in what he's saying. He kind of is talking about Kringle and talking about the darkness and who can save Iceville. Yeah, what would you like to do?
What's the reaction to him having come in?
Most people are trying their best to ignore him, but giving him a wide berth.
Okay.
I think Crandall just sets his beer down and stands up and walks over to the man and just full of confidence throws his arm around him as the guy's walking, is like, "Good sir, nobody needs this at this time of the night. Why don't I see you out?" And kind of just does the thing as he's like walks him and sort of turns him around back towards the door. "There's a good fellow. Why don't you just leave us all in peace here, and good things may come your way."
Okay. Roll a dex check, unless you're trying to strong arm him. In which case, roll a strength check.
It's more of a guide. Basically, Crandall thinks he's just intoxicated, and he's just kind of like turning him around and slowly just guiding him out. So no strength involved. 23.
Oh, nice.
So you manage to, as he's kind of spewing his kind of random sayings, you manage to just deflect his energy and turn him around and send him walking on his way for a few moments.
American's quite concerned about this. When she hears the word darkness, her ears are pricking up and she's taking it too seriously already. So she's concerned. wants to see if this madman has any credence to his words.
Cool.
Gets up off the table and walks towards them just to see what's going on.
Okay. So you see this long white bearded man, kind of hunched over, relatively small in stature for a human, with a large robe on. What would you like to do?
She addresses him directly with a "Dear sir, you seem to be assuaged by thoughts of darkness. Can I help you?"
He kind of looks up at you and he says, "Yes!
Take
Darkness!
it back immediately.
Darkness falls! Darkness has come to Iceville once more."
Miracun, I've seen people like this quite often with my shows. This is just a fan that is taking my song, taking the lyrics way too seriously. He's intoxicated. I need to show him out before he causes trouble to the patrons within the bar.
Yes, I've also seen this before their souls were consumed by the dark forces all around us. Not to be taken too lightly, Crandall.
And Crandall, having literally never been spoken to like that before, except for the last 3 weeks, having travelled with Miracun, knows that this is a point to just stop and listen. First of all, just a big thank you, Concrete Gnome, for following us. Thank you, you're awesome. I assume, again, it was Crandall's performance that basically got you to do, probably.
Of course it was.
Okay, so yeah, Crandall is very much listening to Miracun now.
Life imitates art, art imitates life. So this crazed figure says, You are surrounded by the darkness.
Yes, I know.
Haunted.
Yes, I am. Go on.
Perhaps you will be the hero for us.
Oh man,
and begins to
I'm no hero.
begins to kind of nod to himself. Yes, you can be the bringer of light. And he kind of raises his arms up. And you're expecting something to happen, but nothing does.
Hearing Miracun say that she's no hero, Crandall's like, no. I mean, yeah, we could be the heroes that you are looking for. Having heard the word hero, he's like, yes. Haven't you heard of Crandall the hero?
Crandall? I've never heard of a Crandall.
Well, some people here have it confused with the name Kringle, but...
Kringle! He is a paragon of light. Oh, were that he were fine. Were that he were okay. Alas, he's not. He's been taken captive. There'll be no presence this Kringlefest. There'll be no light this Kringlefest. And he just kind of exiles. Exhales.
I told you, Crandall. Serious business is afoot.
You might be right.
Little man, how can we save this Kringle? Almost called him Crandall again.
He catches your thing. He says, Kringle! His workshop is to the north. There you will fight the forces of darkness.
Well, I guess that's it's me for the night, guys. I don't know if I mean, I'm no hero in that kind of aspect. I'm the hero of the stage.
As he strokes his long white beard, he says, This town, if you do not wish to save it, I recommend leaving it.
Could I do a perception check to see if he seems like he's telling the truth?
For that, we'll roll insight.
Oh. Okay. So do I have to do that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. For that, you'll roll insight.
Ooh.
Ooh, that is rough. I think for you, it's tough to work out in amongst his kind of ravings exactly what is real and what is not. There is some consistency in what he says. He's kind of not going off theme or off topic. He just is very hard to trust.
And Kringle is doing some math on his hand. He's thinking he was going to be
Kringle
here.
is?
Oh, sorry. Shit. Crandall.
Wow, that happened quickly.
It did. Crandall is doing some math on his hand at the moment. He's just trying to figure out, like, well, I was planning to stay here for 2 weeks, and it's 20 gold piece a night I was planning to make. It's a good save the town or leave the town. And he turns to the little human. Is he dirty? Is he clean? Like, is he what does this guy look
He's
like?
he's old and disheveled and a little bit dirty, but not not filthy. Just like maybe he hasn't jumped in a bath for a wee while.
And Crandall sort of says, "Well, save it we must." And he sort of dusts off the shoulders of this old man. But to save the town, where would we even begin?
Yes, we need more information. Please, little man.
And as you say that, his eyes kind of light up brightly, and he says, "You will save us? You will save the town? Oh, heroes of light!" And he reaches into this kind of formless set of robes that he wears, where you're not really sure where his arms are, or his torso is, or his legs are. And he produces a document, a piece of paper, and he hands the scroll over to you, and he says, "This will show you where Kringle's workshop is."
Okay.
Thank you very much, little man.
And he kind of like lowers his head and hands it up to you. Up to you, American.
Well,
Can you please give us who has taken him? What are we to face?
The Dark One. The one who controls the dark. I can't say his name. Speaking his name would manifest him here. Manifest darkness here. As his voice begins to crack, and he becomes more and more worried the more he thinks about this thing. You can kind of see the weight of it on him.
Yeah. And Crandall looks to Merrick and he's like, "Well, what did he give you?"
He has given me a scroll.
And on it would be...
I have not opened it yet. Where's Gak?
He's drinking at the table. He's quite happy. He's basically been ignoring you for the last, I don't know how long the conversation's been going on for.
We should consult with Gak.
Yes, I suppose so. I mean, you know his reaction already. He's wanting to... He's got his purposes, I suppose.
He may be of great help against the forces of darkness.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Half-breed though he may be.
Ooh! That's hurtful.
You never think it around him, though.
Should hope not.
All right, so Crandall
And
looks...
as you look around, the crazed hermit is gone.
And Crandall is just like looking around. He's like, what the? He thinks he's still somewhere in the room, basically. Crandall is like, still, he's just going to spend maybe the next couple of minutes looking around this tavern. He's like, that was amazing. And so he's literally going to spend the next 2 minutes or so just looking around the tavern.
Okay.
Whereas American just walks towards Gak with irksome purpose in her step, ready to irritate him.
You probably just irritate him by referring to him as half-breed. That's enough. Or even just thinking it. I'm sure he gets that vibe from you.
Irritate away.
Snobbish bloody elf, you know.
Gak, hello. How goes
Yeah.
it?
Beer's half empty, so it's going okay.
Darkness is afoot. Again.
What? Why is it elves speak so... Gak is literally head in hand. Why do elves speak so fucking funny?
He just leans over down towards his ear and is like, yes, darkness is afoot. Again.
No. Darkness is a friend. What can we do to play darkness?
No friend of mine.
Gak likes darkness.
And then she puts her head in her. Oh, God.
And at this Crandall appears. He's truly gone. He's
Who's gone, Crandall?
the funny man who gave us the scroll. This scroll. And he points down into Murikin's hand.
Right. So at the hearing scroll and seeing the scroll, Gak just kind of grabs it, opens it. Why didn't you say so? What's on the scroll?
So unfurling the scroll, you can see a path. It's a map, and you can see very clearly labeled Iceville, and then a dotted path, and a very clear label of Kringle's workshop. A short distance to the north.
So not having the foggiest idea about the conversation that went on before, Gak's just going to go and look at it going, you are here, we're not there, and...
Well, we need to go there, Gak. I knew you wouldn't be down for it.
Back off and was like holding it up, like, no, you need to look at this.
Yeah. I knew you wouldn't be up for adventure, Gak.
Gak is comfortable in a pub with food and ale. Why am I going outside?
And this is where Gak's adventure ends.
Good night, Dave.
Convince Gak.
Thanks very much, Dave, for playing.
Sorry.
One shot, so we're gonna keep going.
Darkness wins again.
Yeah, that's right. Darkness wins again.
Yeah.
Perhaps Gak has a point and we should rest for the night.
Crandall didn't want to go in the first place.
All I know is that if we do not go up there right now and save this town from whatever is at this point in that map, then we're not going to be able to stay here much longer. And look at the food. Look at the people. There's good money and food to be had. And I think, should we do this, and I'm fairly certain I can do this, ignoring you guys completely, then we may be able to stay here for quite some time without having to spend a cent. Or gold coin, or whatever currency they use here.
Point well made. All right, what do we do?
I'm just going to play to your ego and go, yes, you will be hailed as a legendary hero for perhaps hundreds of years.
Again, yes, you're right. But I do think we need to go now.
Gak?
Okay. All right. Gak grabs his beer, knocks it back, grabs the other ale in front of him, and is like, right, let's go.
Yeah, and Crandall just affixes the loot back onto his back. He's got like a nice little sheepskin sort of cover that he wraps around it as well.
Of course he does.
To keep it,
Of course.
to keep it safe.
Having found out this information, can I get each of you to please roll a history check?
Oh, crap.
Okay.
All right.
16.
13.
19.
Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Okay, so on your path, Gak and Murakan are kind of comparing sorceress and druidic notes and working together and trying to figure this whole thing out. But what you manage to recall is that approximately 480 years ago, Kringle was, as far as you can recall, was a real person and defeated a demon that enslaved the people of Iceville. An unspeakable evil had placed Iceville under a spell of eternal darkness, allowing it to feed off the fear and sadness of the people. The monster's name has been lost to time. Because that's what you can kind of, between the conversation that you had and what you can recall, that's what you know.
Okay, so we know that there's no point sleeping because it's going to be dark when we wake anyway.
I need no sleep.
That's a good point, actually.
Same here, but I'm comfortable. I was comfortable, but I get the point. Let's go.
And I'm still reeling from my performance.
You should never need to sleep on how cool you feel right now.
Okay, as you leave, sorry, you go.
I was just going to say, as we're leaving the tavern, Crandall's still kind of just looking around under tables for this old man, this short man. He's just like, that was very good.
Okay, as our party leaves town, they find the winding path through a pine forest towards what they assume is Kringle's workshop. After traveling through scattered pine woods for an hour, the forest begins to thin, and you enter a large clearing with kind of a ravine lit by a partial moon. Suddenly, 4 piles of snow begin to shake and shape and rise up. Please roll initiative.
Woohoo! Joe, I didn't show you where this one is, but at the top middle of your character sheet that says initiative. And just click that. Where the word initiative.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Oops,
Oh, 22.
Whoa, look at you.
so keen.
Yeah.
I don't think those snowmen look so unfriendly.
No, they look really friendly, but we know what friendly snowmen can do.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I should roll for them.
They can just go last if you like.
Nah. They rolled a 20, so that's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Oh man.
We've got a Crandall. Jeepers.
He is eager and confident, overconfident.
Yeah, I love how you're the one who's probably the least able in battle, and you're like, I'm going. I'm falling to this.
Oh, Crandall is not combat ready. That's for sure.
You're gonna sing them to sleep or something. That's what I'm looking forward to.
What was your one? Oh, there we go. 11.
Yeah.
11. Okay, Crandall, you're up first.
So what does Crandall see here?
So you see 2 enormous golems of snow rise up in front of you, kind of a fair ways away at this point,
right?
Kind of 50-ish feet.
So he actually sees them forming.
So they rise up where there was just kind of snow on the ground. You see them kind of form up into this humanoid shape, with a scarf tied around their neck, a carrot for a nose, and a hat.
Crandall is sorry. Do they have like sharp teeth? Do they look menacing at all, or do they look like?
They look like large, heavy-set golems of ice.
Okay, all right.
They don't have menacing teeth or gnashing or claws or anything like that. They're just kind of like, if you imagine a clay golem or a stone golem, the same thing but snow.
Just so. Okay. I think Crandall, having never seen anything like this, is actually a little excited and moves forward.
Oh. Oh no.
And he's like, "This magician is amazing. He must still be around." And he starts calling out, "Old man," as he moves towards these snowmen.
Oh dear.
And that's all Crandall's gonna do.
Oh dear.
Okay. It is the snow people's turn. And you see them just boom, rise up and just kind of glide across the snow towards Crandall. And once they are this distance away, you see where their arm was, kind of like part of their arm form a ball. And you see the rest of their arm just boom, as two enormous snowballs head towards you. The first is a 13 to hit.
So I've got 13 AC.
Okay, so it's a hit, and the second is higher than that.
Ooh, this is not going to be a good start.
No, it's not, especially not at level 1.
I hope someone packed some healing spells.
Yep.
I'm looking at the druid right now because I certainly didn't. I kind of forgot.
The first hit is 5.
What? Oh man!
And the second hit is more than that.
Oh, dude!
As you are pelted with 2 enormous ice balls. I'm assuming that's a KO.
I am knocked unconscious. I am in a dying state.
Awesome! Fantastic!
That one is for Sock Merchant.
Sock watching tonight.
I don't know. He'd be happy if he was.
So should be.
Dang.
We need to send that clip to him.
So as twin snowballs hit the confident Crandall, he has one to the chest and then one straight to the head. As knocked unconscious.
As the first one hits him square in the chest, he just goes, "My God!"
American, it's your turn.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
She sees the snowballs hit Crandall and just knew exactly what was going to happen, and she runs forward and screams, "Crandall, you ultimate fool! You moron! They're filled with darkness!" And so she runs forward to touch him and cast Cure Wounds on him, which I do not know how to cast. So what do I do?
So if you click Cure Wounds on your character sheet.
Give me it's a delayed effect. I don't know how to do it. Oh god.
It should be something like roll a 1d8, I think, plus your wisdom modifier for you.
I don't. Are we able to do this manually? Because I don't
Yeah.
think it's updated since I
Yeah.
spells it.
On Roll20, on the top left of the map, there's like a dice icon. If you hover over that, there's a bunch of different like options. So just click the D8, just where it says D8.
Okay, I see it.
And then
And do I roll 1 d8?
yeah. And then add your wisdom modifier onto it. So on your character sheet, you'll have like a big number and a smaller number. Add the bigger number, like the largest sized number.
2.
Yeah, cool. So 8.
As you lay hands on Crandall, he springs back to life with 8 hit points.
Nice.
Hooray!
Sighs with relief, but also intense anger.
Oh, you're in so much trouble, mister.
So you've moved. So you've used your action, and you've also moved 20 feet, but you could move another 10 feet in any direction you wanted, or you could just end it there.
But I wouldn't be able to drag him at all, would I?
You could probably drag him about 5 feet away.
So just she drags him 5 feet back towards back where they came from.
Sure. So you can both move your
Oh yeah.
your characters back 5 feet.
Cool.
Cool. Gak, you were up.
So, having watched Crandall charge forward foolishly and being called an ultimate fool by this elven, I don't know, this very dark, moody sort of elven creature, Gak's kind of giggling to himself because he just thinks dead people are lucky. And then he's seen you brought back to life, so he kind of feels that you're a bit unlucky. So he's essentially, Gak is going to, God, I call myself Zach.
I like Zach.
Gak.
It's a
Maybe
whole
I'll change
different
my name to
character.
Zach. Yeah, it's a whole different character. That's
He's
his
like the
account.
cool neighbor from a.
So Gak is just gonna walk past Crandall and Mira, and he's gonna look at Crandall, shake his head, and just stop. And he's gonna quietly mutter to himself, "Flame on," just quietly.
Nice.
Yeah, and is going to zap the offending Frosty Man with his firebolt, which apparently does that, which you've obviously loaded up quite well for me, John. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Rolls a 16 to hit on the firebolt at this guy here.
16 hits, so roll a. I think
Was
for
it-
firewall it's 1d10.
1d10, yeah.
Oh, it doesn't do the automatic damage
Didn't
roll.
no, obviously John didn't load that up
Oh, yeah.
when he did the attack, but that's cool.
I couldn't figure out how to do that.
It's a
Yeah.
1. It's the worst possible roll I could roll on a 1d10.
Okay, well the good news is they're pretty. You can see the searing flame kind of encircle him and begin to burn into his very soul as he takes double the damage he would normally take.
Nice.
Anything else, Gak?
So no, Gak's just going to stand there and almost a protective sort of pose, just sort of standing in front of Crandall, just sort of looking down at him. You know, he's disappointed in him really, but he's just going to like stand there with his arms crossed, kind of just waiting.
Okay, Crandall, you're up. It will take you half of your movement to get to your feet.
Cool. And with the other half of his movement, he runs behind American.
Chicken shit.
He's like, "Good. What is happening? What is it? Have you ever seen anything like this before?" And without, and before too long, he pulls his loot off from his back. No, sorry. Instead of his loot, he reaches into his pocket. He grabs out his flute this time, and he says,
What?
"American, for saving my life, this is for you." And he plays for like 6 seconds, and with that, he gives American bardic inspiration.
Oh,
So that means for the next 10 minutes, whether it's an ability check or an attack roll or a saving throw, you're allowed to add a 1d6.
nice.
So you just get extra. So it's you get a bardic inspiration for this, for saving Crandall's life.
So he's just like, Crandall, what is this feeling? What is this feeling? Crandall, you're alive! What is this feeling? And she's just freaking out because she can't stop breaking into song, and she's just really embarrassed.
Yeah. Perfect.
Oh, dear God. Gak is pleased you guys are doing this behind him.
Yeah.
It's just totally not cool right now.
What are you doing for your action, Crandall?
Oh, that was. Is that an action? Bardic inspiration? Oh, that's a bonus action. Oh, I still get to do something.
Come on now, you've got so much you can do.
There's really not much.
Run, sing a song. Oh, you've sung your song.
I've sung my song. Let's have a look. And after playing that for American, he sort of he grabs he steals himself again, and he looks directly at one of the snowmen, and he says, "You disgusting snow creatures from hell! You are the most disgusting things I've ever seen, and you hurt me with your disgusting balls." And with that, he is casting vicious mockery at the closest of the two. So I guess the one on the right here. So they're basically a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments that I can see with the target within range. If the target can hear me, it must succeed on a wisdom saving throw, or take 1d4 of physical damage.
What does it need to beat?
It's got to beat 13.
Okay, as your insults are hurled at it, you kind of can almost see the ether around your sound waves travel towards it, and they do prove effective. So go ahead and roll your damage.
1d4. There we go. I thought it was a 1.
Hey,
That was a
it's a
3.
3.
That's not
Better
too
than my
bad.
10.
It's not good.
You're melting him with your spite. It's brilliant.
Yeah. But he also,
Okay.
after doing so, he also kind of goes, like flinches behind Mirakin as well.
Okay.
Oh dear Lord.
It is the snow people's turn, and this time they ready their snowballs at you, Jack.
Bring it.
The first roll is a 4.
It's a miss.
The second roll is an 8.
It's also a miss.
Oh, nice.
As a pair of snowballs land lazily at your feet, and you look up towards the snowmen, still smiling with their stupid carrot noses. It is your turn, American.
Oh, well. I'm very flustered about this. What's going on? I'm so angry, but I'm so happy. Crandall, I'm angry, and we can do it. Okay. What is this feeling? Just so embarrassed but angry also, but ready to attack with an entanglement spell, which I don't think I can do without the manual thingy either because it's not loaded. So I want to cast entangle on them to bring roots up around and make them motionless and unable to move.
Okay.
So how do I do that?
If you click on in D&D Beyond, if you click on that spell, it'll give you like
Okay.
some information about it.
All right. So grasping weeds and vines sprout from the ground, in a 20-foot square, starting from a point within range. So I can be close enough to hit with that. Yeah.
There should be, yeah.
So the range is 90 feet, but the you get to cover
right.
20 feet
Right. So she can easily.
in a space. Yeah.
And they just happen to be 20 feet apart, so that's great.
Yeah, brilliant.
Right.
Nicely
So,
spaced.
how do I cast it?
Oh, you just say that you cast it, basically.
I cast it.
Yay!
Okay.
I mean,
I sort of.
go vines, ensnare those beasts.
Okay.
And
And
herself an embarrassment about how outgoing she's being. Thanks.
and I think you kind of grab roughly that sort of size area, a 20-foot square, as vines begin to sprout up, and anything that is in the general vicinity just kind of gets wrapped in these vines. And I think they roll a strength save.
Yeah.
Whew, they both succeed.
Ooh.
It
On their
says,
strength save.
against my spell save DC, whatever that means.
Yeah, which I think is roughly 15. Could be lower.
Where would she find it on D&D Beyond?
Oh, beyond, I'm not sure. So it's your proficiency plus your wisdom modifier plus 8. So 8 plus 2 plus 2. So 12.
There you
Oh,
go.
and I
But they wrote.
get a modifier for Crandall's song. I get a bonus for that.
That's only on a roll, which you're not doing right now.
I would say.
Oh, it says
I would-
ability
I would
check.
I would allow it.
All right, so you can roll a 1d6 if you like.
So roll a 1d6 and we'll use that to determine whether or not they are affected by the spell. Oof, that was the magic number. That was the difference between them succeeding and them failing. So vines sprout up and just completely twist and contort around these snowfolk. And they are restrained, which means I think it's almost impossible for them to move. Might be
And
restrained.
American screams out uncharacteristically, Crandall, we did it! We're here, Crandall!
Oh my god.
We are the heroes! We are!
So a creature's speed becomes 0 and it can't benefit from any bonus to its speed. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage and the creature's attack rolls have disadvantage. It also has disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
Oh, brilliant.
Did you want to move anywhere, American?
Should probably wait to see what the next person can do and see if we can run past them maybe after that. So she's just going to hang around with the rest of the group, hanging back for now.
Okay. Gak, you're up.
Okay, so these vines that have appeared, they're wooden, yeah? They're of some kind of wooden thing, like they're actual natural vines. They're not just sort of magical objects.
They're tree-like.
Tree-like? Perfect. Okay, so Gak's just going to move closer or towards this guy. And essentially, after he's done his firebolt thing, he's essentially going to mumble the words for his bonfire spell again, and he's just going to sort of create bonfire, and he's going to create a bonfire on the vines that are entangling this guy here, and it creates that sort of 5-foot cube around him, so essentially igniting the vines around him. And he has to do his succeed on his dexterity, or make a dexterity save, which I think he has to beat somewhere in the realm of a 12.
Yep, he failed.
Okay. In which case he takes 1d8 fire damage.
Nice.
Which I will
Roll your
now.
damage.
Where is my damage?
To be fair, he only failed because he had disadvantage thanks to the vines.
Oh yeah, see, this is totally all about the vines.
Yeah.
And he takes 2 damage. Fire damage.
Okay. It's doubled because he's made literally of snow.
That's kind of advantageous.
As flames kind of lit his form and begin to light the thorny vines underneath him.
Cool. And basically ZD is just going to watch, laughing. Gak, sorry. ZD, sorry. Oh, I can't help myself. Gak, you have to call me every time.
Sorry,
so
Oust.
Yeah, Oust. No, fuck no.
Oh.
Split personality, all right? So yeah, Gak's just going to watch and laugh and kind of giggle to himself as this snowman sort of melts a bit, and he's quite enjoying his misery.
Okay.
Next.
Crandall, you're up.
Crandall, okay. All right. Let's have, I'm just taking a quick look. So if Crandall moves his full 30 feet, he'd be able to stay on the outside of that vine, but would he be able to reach with an attack?
Yeah.
So if he's kind of like there.
Yep.
Okay, so Crandall, having seen how excited Murikin is and at the fire that was lit under the other snowman, he runs forward and while he does own a longsword and he has had practice with it, he's become quite proficient with his longsword. He's never actually had to put it into practice, and he grabs it and he runs forward with it, and he just kind of charges, just flailing it around with excitement because he's never really been in a proper fight before.
Okay.
So let's
roll to hit.
Let's see how that goes. It's a lot of dice. It's a 4.
A 4, which you might be surprised to learn, is a miss.
And he
As
finds.
you flail wildly.
Yeah, he finds himself like
Crandall-
face to face with this with the snowman.
Yeah. Is Crandall doing anything else?
No, he's already run his full distance and he's done an attack, so there's not much else he can do right now.
Oh, Crandall.
Okay. Good.
Oh, Crandall.
Oh, Crandall.
Okay. Well, it is the snowfolk. It's their turn. So seeing Crandall once more run towards themselves, this snow person over on this side readies a snowball to throw at you.
To the side of the head. Crandall goes flying to the
It's a 20. It's a 20 to hit.
Oh, dude!
Take 4 damage.
Not again!
To the side.
And the second one reaches up the snowy arm and just kind of crashes. What's your AC?
13.
Oh!
Crashes just shy of you, just missing you by mere inches.
And
Oh,
Crandall is just like, he's out of breath. He's just like...
American, it's your turn.
Just think of the songs you can sing about this battle.
Oh, bad. How much damage did he take?
I took four
Four, yeah.
damage.
So how bad off is he?
I'm under half health right now.
So in character, you look over at Crandall and you can see kind of like blood running from his nose, and you see his breath is heavy. And he's just like,
And he's actually
with a sword
crying.
at the ready.
and he's actually crying a little bit.
Oh, there are tears. I've been hit
There
3
are
times.
tears,
It's
yeah.
hurting.
He's not happy.
So, yeah. So she's still. It's only been a few minutes, right? So she's still got that enchantment on her.
You
It's been
only
about 30 seconds, right?
only
got
once.
to add that once. That was for one edition only.
Yeah. So it's starting to wear off.
You've already
It's gone.
It's gone now. You've already used the
Gone.
inspiration.
Okay. So it's worn off. Good. So she's just absolutely livid.
Oh no, the wrath of.
She runs forward. Crandall! Crandall! You moron! From your near-death experience, Crandall.
I just want to say thanks to Arthi for following your awesome. I like to think it was because you saw a grown man cry.
So, because I'm new to this, I don't know how often you can cast spells. Can you keep doing them every turn?
Cantrips.
You can do them every turn.
Cantrips you can. Spells, they take a spell slot.
So you
It's
have
all
a certain number of spell slots for your spells.
Right.
Which I think for you, let me just look up. But cantrips you can do as many times as you like.
Right. So, I'd probably be best to run in and try and throw a dagger into the snowman then.
By all means.
I will
Okay.
try to.
You have 2 spell slots. You're a first level character.
Alright, I run in and throw a dagger at the snowman that's just attacked Crandall. Keeping it safe at
Unfortunately-
distance.
Unfortunately, a 7 is a miss.
Oh.
Are you running inside your vines, so you standing on the outskirts of them?
Stay on the outskirts.
Okay.
What else
Cool.
can
So-
I do?
So
Nothing?
throwing your dagger, it just very barely misses the snow golem. Not unlike the fist that Crandall very nearly wore.
Mm. If you look under your actions on D&D Beyond, you'll see bonus action, and that'll let you know if there's anything you can do now that you've sort of taken your action,
Right. Okay.
if anything at all.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's nothing much I can do.
Mm.
So when you say I have slots, does that mean I can use 2 spells before a rest or something?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And do they have to be 2 different spells?
No, they can be 2 of the same spell.
Okay. All right. I think that's the end of my turn. I just have to wait and see what happens next.
Crandall's gonna die.
Save that healing spell because Crandall's gonna die.
Yeah.
So yeah, watching Crandall embarrass himself again. Having to think about what my name is. God, this is confusing. Gag's
Zach.
just Gag. Thank you.
Zach.
Zach. Yeah.
Zach. Oh, even better. I'm going to change my name to Zach, everyone, because I quite like it. Anywho, Gag is basically just gonna. So he always has his hood up unless I say otherwise. So he's just gonna remove his hood. Big sigh, and is going to walk around these vines a bit more because it kind of wants to get. Actually, I'm wondering, and I might just have to ask your opinion on this, John. With Firebolt, given it's a range, does it just explode on a character, or is it on its target, or does it like a line of sight and it keeps going?
It's a single target.
Single target. Okay, cool. So
there are fire spells that do something similar, but they're like a searing line. So
okay, cool. All right. So I'm going to cast Firebolt again on this dude here from where I am, and just so it's flame on, hand out, Firebolt, firing off away. And it is an 11. Good lord.
11, fortunately for you, my friend, is the magic number.
Oh wow.
They're snowmen. They can't have that.
Yeah.
And that's 1d10, yeah? Is that what we said?
1d10, yes.
Yeah, all right, 1d10. Here we go. Hopefully it's a good number. It's a 7. Yay!
That's pretty good.
7 as the firebolt, streaks into this very happy looking snow golem, striking him square in the chest and beginning to burn his chest inside out as he begins to melt away. His compatriot, seeing what is going on, elects to disappear beneath the snow and ice, sensing his time was similarly short. We'll call combat there, and we will go to our break.
Oh yeah.
Just a time check. So we'll probably go to about 10:30. You guys cool with that?
Yeah. Not
Run
problem.
too much later. But thanks very much, everyone who's watching. We'll be back in, say, 10.
Let's make it 5. Let's just make it 5 tonight if we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Sounds good.
Cool. All right. I'll see you guys in 5.
See you soon.
Bye.
I'm just going live now. All right.
That person was a good boy or girl.
Yeah, they went straight on Santa's good list.
Nice. So are they watching? Are they watching as well? Do they rush
No,
on?
I didn't have a chance to tell them. They were all still kind of eating dessert and stuff when we left. So yeah.
Right. Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
would have said, "Hey, tune into Twitch and watch. It's going to be."
You should have got them to put it up on their TVs.
I should have.
or-
Although the kids were kind of watching a movie, so I didn't
Yeah.
really
All right.
watch
Fair
it.
enough. Fair
They
enough.
only use one viewer. They all need to be watching on their phone.
Yeah, like at a barbecue, not talking to each other, watching us.
Yeah. I mean, it's a Christmas special. I mean, come
Seems
on.
perfectly. I showed you a cool little screen to Amber, and she's like, "What?" What? I said, like, I'm not going to explain this to you because if I have to, it's just going to ruin it. Like,
Mm, mm.
yeah.
Peop- People who are watching, who have tuned into a D&D stream, will look at that and will not be confused. So that's good. I think it works well.
Exactly. I think it's brilliant, but yeah.
The Christmas special. It's great.
This is fantastic. It's a great pun. I love it.
Okay, we better get back in because we
All
don't
right.
have a whole heck of a lot of time, and there's still quite a lot of adventure to go.
I imagine.
Cool.
So our adventurers have just destroyed some snow people, and after some more traveling, you pull up. Let me just make the correct music. Just still in tavern music somehow. You pull up and you see off in the distance from your hilltop vantage what appears to be a thriving shop, a thriving place of work. Many kind of lights inside of windows, and a hive of activity. Out front of this place, you see a number of inanimate silhouettes. Go ahead and roll perception, everybody.
Who's that?
I rolled a crit fail 4.
I rolled 19.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh man.
That's matching the characters pretty well, I think.
John, I think on your on my perception roll, you've got me at -1, but with one of my skills as an elf, I was able to, as a part elf, I was able to take advantage, or not advantage, but proficiency with perception.
Okay.
So it should actually be a +1, I think.
Okay. I
Yeah.
just added it.
Cool, thank you. And it's only an 8, but I'm thankful of that because it would have otherwise been a 6.
Okay, American, you can kind of make out the shape and relative size of these silhouettes. There may be, looking closer, are they 3 feet tall or 4 feet tall? You think probably 3 feet tall, but wearing kind of a large hat, tall hat that kind of reaches up about a foot from their head. Dressed in uniforms and carrying some sort of strange stick over their shoulder. These appear to be toy soldiers.
Cool.
Okay. So what can the rest of us see then? If
You can see a number of silhouettes down in the place. So unless American kind of relays this information, you don't have a lot to go on.
So are the silhouettes, sorry, are they inside the building? Are they in front of the building?
They're outside, in front of the building.
Okay.
And they're moving around? Or are
At the
they-
moment, they are static.
Oh, right. Alright, so she lets them know what she can see, but not before giving a stern, angry look at Crandall.
And Crandall's just like, well, we beat them, didn't we?
We?
No,
Yeah,
thank
it-
you.
Mm.
Bad.
Is this the place? Do we think this is the place?
Maybe.
Well, it looks safe enough. Let's get going.
Lead the way, Crandall.
Yeah, and with that, Crandall confidently walks towards this workshop, or what looks like a workshop. Kicking the snow under his feet a little bit. He's not used to this level of snow. It's magical. This is a beautiful place. The rent on this place must be astronomical.
What are the rest of you doing?
Just following Crandall and his musical manners.
I'm following Crandall, just burning with anger at him. drilling holes in the back of his head with my eyes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
dude.
Okay, Crandall, roll perception.
Playing the lecture.
All right, rolling perception. 6.
Oh, Crandall has no idea.
Yep.
Yeah.
You think maybe there's some sort of pest that's flown past you, but you're not quite sure.
Okay, interesting. He's just like, well. And how far away from the front door are we?
I'd say at this point you're a couple of 100 feet.
Okay, cool. He's like, come on, guys, pick up the pace. We've got a town to save. And I am quite ready to do it. And he just wipes a bit of that blood off from his nose. It's still bleeding a little bit, like just a little bit. He's just like, combat.
Okay. As you get to roughly 80 feet out, you know that you can now all quite clearly see the form of these toy soldiers. Which you see dotted around the entrance to the workshop. A pair of them flanking the front door. A pair of them kind of further away, and then you see one dotted off kind of far and behind the workshop, and one kind of off to the eastern side.
How tall are they? You said they're about 3 foot tall. Oh, American knows, I guess.
They're about 3 foot with what you can see them now pretty clearly. About 3 foot with a hat that reaches up about a foot. It's like a beefeater hat.
Yeah, right.
American says to Crandall, don't you dare run again.
Hey, you've caught Crandall like just as he was about to.
You stay right there, you tiny, stupid man.
They
Sorry, nearly dying? Not enough adventure for you in one day?
I don't quite remember it that way, but they remind me of the toys I had as a child. They're adorable.
They are a little cute, I will admit.
Um,
But filled with noodles, I guarantee it.
well, what would you suggest?
Gak, at hearing that, just looks over at Crandall and says, listening to the elf would be a good start. And then just sort of stops.
Wood does burn well. Perhaps we get to jump on them this time.
What if they're friendly? What if this is? I mean, they look friendly enough, and do they look from a visual point of view? Do they look friendly, or do they actually look quite menacing, or not unassuming?
They're not. They're motionless right now. So anything you, I guess, prescribe to their form is completely without emotion or animation.
And are they holding anything?
They are holding large, strange sticks. Out of character, I would describe them as a rifle.
But we don't know what rifles are, I assume.
No, you don't know what a rifle is.
Yeah.
So, whilst munching on the snowman that he fried his nose, given it was a carrot, and Gak actually picked it up as we walked by. I meant to say this, but whilst munching on his nose, because it's now been toasted, and Gak kind of likes toasted carrot. Caramelized carrot. That's right. It's the way to go. Just in case. Looking at Crandall and just like, did the friendly little snowman not really kind of remind you that anything looking friendly is going to cause you damage? Does that not kind of sound anything remotely true?
Okay, yeah, I see where you're coming from on that one, Gak. So why don't you go say hello to our friends?
Maybe we should say hello with fire.
I'm with American on this. Let's say hello with fire.
And Crandall just shouts out. Crandall just shouts out, "Hello!"
Fuck.
So just before you do that, I'll just describe a few things to you. So on the far side of the clearing, you see the path again. As you kind of descend this small hill, you see the building. The building's many windows are lit by candlelight, and you can make out activity inside. Moving around the outside of the building are, just before you go to kind of shout this out, you see the figures begin to chunk, 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 in a kind of set motion, a series of steps, before they come to rest once more. And they kind of, the two guards flanking the front door do not move, but the other four do, and they begin to encircle the building once more, moving in a clockwork set pattern.
Is American certain they're made of wood? Or are they tin soldiers?
Good point.
Like, has Americans, did she suss it out when she got a good feel of it?
Go ahead and roll nature, American.
Oh.
There's a 7.
Yeah, it's hard for you to tell. By best guess, the only thing that you think could make these elaborate shapes is indeed lumber.
Okay.
She grabs onto Crandall to just prevent him from running in because she still suspects he might do it.
And
Absolutely no trust in him.
yeah, and he has shouted out, "Hello!"
To no response from the figures.
Thank goodness.
So, Gak, I know you can conjure fire.
Uh-huh.
I cannot, but I can control existing non-magical fire, and I see that it is lighting this dwelling from within.
Okay.
Mayhap I could use that, as well as you use yours.
Sure. I'm up for lighting things up. Not that I'm a firebug or anything, but I'm up for setting things alight, yeah.
Crandall, do you have anything useful to offer?
And he
Why
just, yeah, I was just going to say, and Crandall just beams and he says, "I thought you would never ask." And he pulls his lute from his back. He goes, "I shall play us in."
Oh, God. Blimey. Here we go.
And he starts playing and strumming and singing, again, the song that he learnt at the bar, the best of his knowledge.
Oh, hell.
Does that help?
No, he is literally just trying to. He's literally just trying to
He's
give
making
you
noise.
some joy.
But it was a somber song.
As Crandall steps forward and begins to play his lute, let's all roll initiative.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
I can see how this is working. You know, Crandall gets us into battles. Gak and Mara get us out of them.
This is quite a change from Oust.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Alce is used to charging in and just doing some damage, but and having
So you can decide in what order you are. I'm assuming however, that Crandall is up front.
Yeah, I'm right next to him, just trying to keep him in check and failing.
Yeah, and yeah, Gakka's just behind because he'll see him fall and deal with it later. So I rolled an 8.
Right.
Okay. American, you're up first.
Okay. So, if I do control flames, can I? Okay, so first is the house that has a closed door. I could try and I'm tossing up between trying to open it up with a gust of wind cantrip, or if I want to reach into my item pack and try and start my own fire with my tinderbox.
Ooh. Just flick the Bible.
Yeah,
Good old like flaming torch kind of style.
Roll to try and get my tinderbox going.
Yeah, you'd roll survival for that.
Okay. Oh, I'm good at survival, so let's fingers crossed.
I've learnt you never say that before rolling.
Yeah, I'm good at this. It usually never works. Oh, okay.
So
yeah, you managed to start a small fire atop your tinderbox.
Right. So I can still use a cantrip, right?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So I use controlled flames to so I throw the tinderbox at them and instantaneously expand the flames 5 feet towards the soldiers as I throw it.
Okay.
Right away.
So roll a strength save.
That's not
Strength
good.
check, sorry. So just hit the strength button on your character.
Click,
Okay, yeah.
click the word strength. Yeah.
I see it, or I did see it. Yeah. Did it work? Oh, here we go.
Not yet.
There we
it
go.
is. Oh,
Nice. 18.
So you light this tinderbox on fire and you just kind of lob it over and towards these soldiers, landing it perfectly in between these two. And as the fire begins to spread, even in the cold snow, begins to spread, you see it light up each of these mechanically moving things. Each of them burns to a cinder.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, yeah. Nice. See, Crandall, that's useful.
Any movement for you?
Probably just hanging back still. Yeah.
Yeah. Singing a song like a look man is probably not so useful, but each to their own, right? Yeah.
It is the soldiers' turn. Seeing their comrades burnt to a crisp, they line up their rifles, aimed squarely at you, American.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Oh no.
Can the elf dodge bullets?
Unreliable muskets. As you hear and see 4 gunshots whiz overhead.
That's
Just-
relief.
Barely sailing past you. You get the feeling like there's quite a lot of deviation between the distance that they are and where you are. Perhaps if you'd been closer, it would have been a much easier shot for them to take. Crandall.
She has to duck down in the snow for the next time.
Crandall, having seen the two first ones being lit up with flame,
Oh no.
excitedly.
Oh no. Oh no.
American, you're a genius, American.
What have you done? What
To
have
which
you done?
he runs.
Oh no.
Runs forwards. First of is there any kind of what is left of these two soldiers, the front ones? Is there anything left, or are they on fire?
By the time you get there, there's like charred, like, have you ever seen a charred log on the fire where it's still on fire?
Yeah, yeah.
The embers are burning.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like it's shaped like the head and the torso and the arms.
Right.
That's kind of what's down in the.
So Crandall runs forward and he just boots the remains of the soldier towards the soldier, sort of the behind him.
Okay. Roll strength.
All right. He's got zero regard for like what might happen to him. 3.
Oh, dude.
3.
What are you doing?
You kick a trail of embers high into the air. You can't manage to kick them far enough to hit the nearest guard. Fortunately, though, nothing really manages to catch you alive.
Okay, good.
Had it been a 1, it would have been very interesting.
Yeah.
Anything else from you, Crandall?
Anything else? No, I think that's it. That's it.
Cool. Gak, you're up.
So question, John, is the map to scale? Like, I'd say the 2 guards that I'm sort of pointing at the moment, they're 10 feet apart, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. I was going to do something different, but I've changed my mind. So, yeah, given Merrick has basically sort of said that she wants me to use flames against these things, Gak's going to take the easy option and just do that. Because, you know, he's a simple man. Well, not really a simple man, but just likes to do things simply. So he's going to kind of walk up forward towards, assuming I can get to in front of Crandall, because I have a feeling Crandall's just going to get himself killed again. So he kind of wants to walk in front of Crandall, but not standing on the pile of soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's kind of been dispersed with my kick anyway.
Okay, so yeah, so I'm just going to walk in front of Crandall, basically blocking him from kind of creating an orc elf shield to save his ass before it gets shot. And then I'm going to cast Firebolt at this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I roll a 24.
Oh, damn, that's awesome.
Yeah. That's a big old...
It's a crit as well.
Yeah,
That's
run
awesome.
us through how this, what you do.
So,
wait,
yeah.
when that happens, we all have to yell, Merry Christmas!
Is it you guys' first crit? That's
Yeah.
Crazy.
That is the first crit. Yeah, so basically... Merry Christmas. So yeah, so he's kind of just confidently strolled up to Crandall, bumped past him, stood in front of him, sat there, stood there, paused for a moment, called out his flame on, and as he reaches forward, he sort of like throws it with his hand. You know, the old sort of what's the word? You know the game I'm thinking of, John.
Hadouken.
That's the word. Thank you. Momentary blank. Yeah, and sends out this firebolt towards this soldier.
Cool. So as you send it out and shape your hands in the customary fashion and send this fireball towards him,
Better and better.
he's just kind of motionless as it strikes his chest. You just see the top half of his body just begin to incinerate, and that one is no more.
So as he falls,
Yeah.
I'm just going to look around at Crandall and look at him and say, "That's how you do it," and then turn back.
Mm-hmm.
Now staunchly just standing there, arms folded, blocking anything from Crandall.
Okay, American, you're up.
Right. So she runs forward seeing the amazing attack that Gak has just pulled off, and she runs up to them and she pointedly looks at Crandall and repeats, "Now that's how you do it." And so I'm assuming that fireball left a huge remnant of blazing fire around the area.
Yep.
Awesome. So I'm going to use the cantrip stuff to whip that up into as much of a bonfire as you can get. Hopefully directing it towards the soldier on the other side of the door, and also hopefully in towards the house as well to try and get as much light as we can.
Is everyone else having trouble hearing what Joe said, or was that just me?
A little bit. I think what you said, American, was use control fire.
I know.
To
I was
move
going to
it.
use gust
Gust.
Oh, gust. Sorry.
to try and
To
whip
move
up
it.
the flames as much as possible. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's perfect.
Maybe I got a hair and mic situation.
Yeah, most of us wouldn't know what that is about, but you know.
I would.
So I'm going to try and use gust to whip up the flames towards the soldier on the other side of the door, and also in towards the house to try and get as much a flame as possible.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
So how do I do that? Do I roll stream?
Let me just look up the rules of gust.
Oh, that's how the damage works. Oh, that's really cool.
Have you figured it out?
Yeah, so when the spell goes up, you click on the spell, like in the block and roll 20, and it comes up with the fire damage.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. I think, like, based on my read of gust and what you described, it just happens. So you
Awesome.
Awesome.
begin to send those flames this way, and you not only light up the toy soldier, but you begin to light up even the building itself.
Yeah,
I think
you got a pair of fire starters. It's awesome.
I wonder if that was a good and wise move.
Yeah,
Starting to regret the property damage I may have caused.
the entranceway is partially alight at this point. It is the turn of the soldiers now.
Oh, there's more. I didn't see the other two.
As
Yeah.
they lower. Sorry.
Can I hide and like duck down in the snow, or is that an extra move?
You can drop into the snow.
Right.
They lower their weapons towards Gak, who's obviously closest to them.
It's all good. Gas got this.
And then you hear the ringing out of doom doom as twin shells make their way towards you. And funnily enough, the highest roll was 12. Is that a?
You got nothing.
It's a miss.
You got nothing.
Alright, they both miss.
Aren't you lucky you've got a shield?
As again, these primitive firearms send the shells skyward. Crandall, you were up.
Oh dear.
Stay put,
Daniel,
little man. Stay put.
Okay. Crandall's feeling kind of I don't know, like he thought he was going to be good at everything. He's never actually having never been in battle. He thought he was just naturally going to be good at it, but it turns out it's not really.
That makes sense.
Not really.
This is a learning mode.
It is.
Here we go. You've got time. You're behind a human shield, so you've got time to learn here in a safe environment.
Yeah, and so he turns.
Safe yet judgmental environment.
He turns to the only thing he knows, and that's his music. He knows that at least with his music, he's helpful, and he pulls out. Let's have a look here. What are we going to do this time? I just set that up, but I think, oh no, it is only one slot. Okay, cool. He pulls his flute back out from his pocket, and he looks towards the soldier off to our left, this one over here, and he starts playing an enchanting song in an effort to try and charm the soldier. So it must make a wisdom saving throw. And
Okay.
What it says, it must make a wisdom saving throw and does so with advantage if you or your companions are fighting it. I don't believe we've fought or attacked that one at all yet, so I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Although we
on that?
are
I
in
think
combat.
you're in combat with it.
Okay, so it's probably going to fail, but we'll give it a go anyway.
What does it need to beat?
It needs to beat 13. It's probably going to beat 13.
It does not beat 13.
Oh!
Yes. Okay, so with this, that specific soldier is charmed. It basically means it is charmed until the spell ends, and this spell lasts an hour. So we've basically got this little guy. He will do anything. He's basically a companion, and he's going to stay charmed either until we hurt it or the spell ends.
Okay.
It's
Concentration?
Nope, it is just my musical spell.
What? You don't need to concentrate on it.
I do not need to concentrate.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. When the spell when the spell ends, the creature knows it was charmed by me. But that's
That doesn't matter.
so with that, Crandall sort of turns to the others and he gives a little wink and he says, "Well, that's how you do it."
Okay.
And then when he realizes that like you guys have not really don't really understand exactly what's happened, he's like,
Played a
And then
tune.
just play a little ditty.
yeah, he's like, oh, he's charmed. He's not going to hurt us anymore. He's basically one of us now.
Okay.
No.
Cool.
All right.
Anything else, Crandall?
No, just he's smug. He's smiling.
Okay. Jack, you're up.
Gak's response to "he's charmed, he's not going to hurt us" is basically he was never going to hurt me in the first place. So, yeah, what ifs? Well, I wasn't worried in the first place, but
Yeah.
well done, little man. You know, good on you. Thanks for trying, kind of thing. So there's one left, yeah. So this guy's charmed and happy and kind of our friend, and we've got a burning. But how engulfed in fire is the building?
It's kind of kindling. It's like a little bit engulfed.
Okay. Do we get the feeling that this building is kind of important? Do we need it to be on fire, or is it a good thing that it's on fire, or is it a bad thing that it's on fire? I'm not sure.
What do you know about the building?
I can't remember. It was our destination. The fact that it's on fire has kind of got me a little concerned that I know we were meant to go here.
Well, I mean, it's probably got the guy that's been kidnapped in it, so we probably don't want it burning down.
Yeah, that's kind of my gut feeling. But if it's only kindling, I'm not concerned. We can probably put it out, and it's not really fully a flame just yet. So, I'm not too stressed yet. I am, however, minorly concerned about this guy because Crandall is in his line of sight, and Crandall doesn't take hits too well,
And is still very injured.
and is still very injured and thinking he is God's gift to battle for some unknown reason. Excuse me, get a sneeze.
Wait for it.
Sorry, I had to. Woo! I had to hold
There
that.
we
Had to hold it off so I had to go mic off, camera off. Anyway, so paying attention now to the guard to my right, I'm going to do my whole firebolt dramatic thing just because I'm kind of in the mood of trying to impress Crandall a bit and just make him look like he's actually not that special, because it seems to have been a bit of a look what I can do moment. So I'm going to take, I don't know, to about there, confidently striding, making sure that as I leave Crandall, I'm just going to sort of kind of tap him on the shoulder as I'm leaving, just kind of so he pays attention to what I'm doing. So I want him to watch me walk away and want him to watch what I'm doing. It's kind of a teaching moment,
It really feels like an Alston Finn moment here, doesn't it, John?
Oh, Finn would probably know what he was doing in this situation.
That's true.
But
That is
clearly
true.
Crandall doesn't. So
Yeah.
Different campaign, same people.
yeah, well, exactly. Can't be helped. All my characters have the same cocky assuredness that this is going to come off, even though it usually doesn't. And yeah, the little whisper of flame on, and then the pose, the push, the fire, and hoping like hell it actually works. So we'll firebolt our man.
Roll to hit.
It is a 22.
Nice.
22 is a hit. Roll your
And damage is a 3.
Okay, so as your firebolt strikes true, the tiny toy soldier just becomes alight with flame.
Yeah.
As they lick around his beefy hat and his rifle and everything else, and he is destroyed.
So
And that is the end of combat.
So-
Do what you will.
So
Cran-
watching this,
Oh,
this
sorry, Karen.
tin soldier fall, Gak is just going to look around to Crandall, kind of cheesy grin out of the hood.
Crandall is not at all where you thought he would be, and he is
Oh, you moved.
he is sprinting towards this little soldier, and he's just like, "You are amazing! You're the most adorable little thing I've seen forever!" And he's sort of shaking it excitedly.
Oh, dear.
Yeah,
Oh dear.
he's like, "I shall call you Crandall Jr."
Oh, it's a mini-me moment.
American, she sort of runs up to Gak because she knows that Crandall just is in his own world again, and she's like, "Listen, I may have gotten a little bit carried away when I started setting their house on fire.
Oh.
Did we put that out?
I wonder if I can.
I can extinguish a certain amount of flame.
Does control
With
fire
my,
let you extinguish it?
Control flame, you can extinguish it within a 5-foot cube.
Oh, we can do that together. I've got control flames.
And then Crandall just speaks out saying, "You know there's a lot of snow around here, right?"
Oh yes, no. Crandall, that's useful.
The fire has begun to
just did it
spread.
struggle.
It's probably maybe 10 feet worth of fire at this point.
Maybe we should just start shoveling snow onto this fire. That's the first thing Crandall's done that's actually useful.
Crandall, could you please get Crandall Jr. to help us out?
I can try. I don't really want him to burn to death here. I've just met my new child.
Crandall, just do it.
He's like, come on, Crandall Jr., let's put this out for them. And he starts walking like the soldier as well towards the door. And he starts bowling up snowballs and starts hitting them at the fire, just pelting.
And you just see Colonel Jr. just dig his rifle into the ground, which has a bayonet on the end of it, and fling snow. He's digging like a tiny, ineffective amount of snow every time on this like thin blade of a bayonet. And he's just like,
So, watching this, and in Elven, Gak is going to say to American, he's just like his dad.
And and Crandall stops, looks at Gak and goes, "I know." Because he understands Elvish.
Oh, well done.
Yeah.
That much I didn't know, but well done.
And then American just declares loudly in common language, "He's possibly got more of a brain than his dad."
okay, so given time constraints, our hero has managed to put out the fire, which I'm assuming they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And so, what would you like to do now? So you have in front of you this workshop.
All
Who
right.
volunteers to have a peek?
Let's send Crandall in. He seems
Crandall?
like Crandall's.
Prone to
What-
ruffian. Would you care to scout it out for us?
It's like, sure. I mean, I don't know what kind of patrons are in here waiting for the performance of a lifetime. I'll check it out. And he's just going to walk, for the first time, not directly to the door, but to a window nearby, just to peer inside.
And she just mutters
So-
to Gak, Do you have any rope we could put around his waist to stop him running off?
I can't remember. Did I pack a rope? I actually thought I had some.
I actually do have some rope.
Yeah.
So
Take
peering
down
into the window, you see a hive of activity. Just you can't manage to count the number of gnomes who are kind of hurrying about,
gnomes.
quickly making toys and making sure that everything is kind of running as efficiently as possible. Cobbling together wood and tin and everything else.
And with that, Crandall's just sort of like looks back at the guys and says, with a super serious look on his face, he's like, there are a lot of toys in there.
That's what you're getting from this. A lot of toys.
And is there any evil or darkness in there that you have seen?
Well, I don't know what sort of toys you played with as a child, American. No, I mean, I'll take another look. He's just gonna scout out to see if he can see any like evil-looking toys.
Go ahead and roll perception.
21.
Oh, look at you.
He's
I
really...
think with the 21, you begin to see the shimmer of this is not really what is going on there. You see, it's like if you're looking at a very convincing hologram, but then every now and then you see a flicker, and you realize that that's actually not what is behind these windows.
Oh, the Matrix is failing.
Mm. And to which Crandall turns...
You can't really make out what else is happening, but there's a very convincing looking facade.
And Crandall turns back to American and says, yeah, there's some evil in there, I think, yes. There's something not quite right behind these windows. Please, come have a look.
All right. I'll come forward to have a look myself.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
I don't know if I'll be able to do any better than Crandall. Let's see.
Oh,
23.
Brilliantly set up. That's brilliantly set up.
So you get a similar set of information. At the surface, there is a room full of busy gnomes working on toys. But upon closer inspection, you can see kind of a flickering of light and things, and you realize that what you see may not actually be what is in the workshop.
And Crandall just looks towards American, sort of like,
Yes, much evil is afoot.
Mm-hmm. I kind of think we need to send Gak in.
Are you
Hey,
sure?
like, he's
sure we don't need to send Crandall Jr. first?
Look, you said yourself, I think he takes after me. But Gak, he has proven himself. He is a mighty warrior. He's proven himself.
Gak's pretty much already inside. Like, you guys are busy peering through the windows, and he's like, grabbed the toy soldier, picked him up, and started walking in front, was like carrying it in front of him.
No.
I'm taking it. They're not that heavy, right, John? But he's basically picked this toy soldier up, walked and started to head through the door, carrying the toy soldier in front of him.
As long as
No.
we don't hurt Crandall Jr. I mean, he's
He's not
basically
hurting him. He's just carrying him. He's just picked him up, kind of almost as a human shield.
okay. Well,
a non-human shield.
just so you know, we can't do anything harmful to it, or it goes back to being its old self.
Picking him up's not harming him,
Okay,
right? I'm
all
just
right.
carrying him.
Yeah, okay. All right, depends
I haven't
depends
hurt
what
him,
might
I'm
happen
just
to him.
picking him up.
Okay,
But I got bored waiting while you guys were looking through the window.
that's fair. That's fair.
Americans are calling out, Gak, no! Evil and darkness is afoot!
I think
Gak
he's
likes darkness. I'm sorry. Well, my foot's fine, but let's come inside.
and yeah, Crandall's just like Crandall, and starts and starts heading in after Gak, hurriedly trying to catch up.
Okay. Is everybody else going in, or?
It only leaves
I'm
American
kind
outside.
of holding my head like, oh, slightly starting to panic.
Are you going to go in, or
Does get a perception check? Or is he
No.
not even trying?
He's not
to
even
see?
worried. It's like listening to you two talk about toys and evil. And he's like, right, let's go. Come on.
What
It
happened
doesn't-
to your keen elven senses?
It was dulled by my orcish rage. You get these moments, you know, split personalities. You know.
Fire and ice, if you will.
Exactly. See.
perfect?
Okay. American, what would you like to do?
Sort of run up to the door and just crouch behind it, watching what happens as they go in, just readying for action.
Okay. Go ahead and roll perception.
Who, me? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Oh, two crit fails.
Oh,
Merry Christmas!
Very
Can
good.
you roll a 1d100 for me, please? So if you just type /roll 1d100.
did I do the wrong slash?
Oh, you /
Or you can go to the advanced dice roller and do it
That's
that
the
way.
fifth.
Oh, the foot. No, that's a / because it's leaning back. You're on
So
a /
it said
Oh, you got to put a space between roll and 1d100.
Sorry.
100. Here we go.
Oh, that's a good
84.
one.
Okay,
That's good.
84 is pretty good. So as you peer through into the door that these that your comrades have entered, you just see them disappear into darkness as if it's just enveloping them. Just
Oh no!
Darkness has taken us.
as,
Oh no.
as first of all, Crandall Jr.
No,
Randall.
no!
And then finally Gak, as it just completely envelops him. What do you do?
Panic. I haven't
Start
got
Roll for
freaking
that.
out.
Just scream their names, trying to hear any response from them, to try and communicate with them.
So for the benefit of our characters, you don't hear anything.
Oh,
But for American, you get no response.
oh, that's bad. I guess I have no choice but to follow them in.
Okay. As everybody arrives into the very next room, you're inside a room where there's very, very little light. In front of you, you see a granite panel, like floor, like stone flooring in front of you, and on the far opposite side, you see a set of doors.
Is there meant to be a map for this one?
You should be.
Are you using
We've got 9
dynamic
black
lighting?
squares.
Maybe.
We've got 9 dark squares in front of us.
Yeah.
They're very cool 9
Yeah, no,
dark squares.
that's right.
Oh, really?
Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. Cool.
Okay.
9 dark squares.
Oh, right.
So there's a set of there's a floor in front of you, and on the far end of the wall, opposite you, there's a set of doors.
All right. Well, Gak's just going to keep carrying Cat Crandall Jr. towards those doors, and at kind of full arms, full stretch, plonk him down in front of the door, take
Okay.
5 steps back, and then assuming that Crandall Jr. is going to listen to him, tell him to go through the door.
And Crandall runs in. Crandall Jr., to me! Come to me, Crandall!
Oh, God, you're like a needy dog owner, my God.
Okay. So we'll resolve what's going on independently, so because you might change your decision. So, Gak, as you carry Crandall Jr. in through the door, I'm assuming you're going straight up the middle.
Yeah. I have no reason to go round, so I'm just going to walk straight forward towards the door.
You're gonna harm Crandall Jr. You're gonna harm Crandall Jr.
No, I'm not harming him. If he gets harmed, it's his own fault.
If
I'm
I push
putting him down.
If I push you into a car, I'm harming you.
No, this car's harming me. The car is causing the harm. You are placing me there. The car is causing the harm.
Okay.
Well, we'll see what the DM. We'll see what the
Anyway.
DM thinks about that one.
I'll argue semantics all night.
9:59, everyone. So as you step forward onto this kind of 3x3 thing, the very first section in the middle lights up a bold, bright yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Does that change what you're doing?
No.
It's like Michael Jackson and Billie Jean. When
Yeah,
he
cool.
stands on a square or touches a lamppost
Mm-hmm.
or a letterbox.
It lights up,
Kind
yeah.
of lights up.
So I'll pause because obviously that's slightly unexpected. It's like, oh, that's kind of cool, but I'm going to carry on. It's not phasing me.
Crandall has
upon
slowed down his sort of walking into this room.
Upon the second step into the room, you light up the center square.
This is cool. Crandall, Crandall would probably feel like dancing, but Gak's just not really concerned. I'm going to pause again because I'm like, that's a bit weird, but
And
cool.
the,
Nothing bad's happened so far. So,
and the
yeah.
first square remained lit.
Correct.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. So nothing bad's happened yet. I've got no reason to feel scared or anything like that. It's just the floor panel lighting up underneath me. I'm good. I'm carrying on forward.
Okay. So the third position lights up, but
There's always a butt on the third panel.
the first stone you stepped upon turns off.
Oh, cool. Sweet. So I place Crandall Jr. down by the doors
Mm-hmm.
and step back into the middle.
Okay.
Wait.
No changes.
Cool.
Okay.
And then I issue the Crandall, open the door.
And yeah, so Crandall is continuing the same thing. He's like, Crandall Jr., to me, come to me. He's trying to check if he's okay, and he kind of walks him over to the sort of right corner of the room just to check him over.
Okay, so what route are you taking? Could you draw it for me?
Yeah, sure. So Crandall has come up this way. He's grabbed Crandall Jr., and now he's taking him over here.
Okay. Undo that step.
Okay. Brooke.
So as you step onto this one, this one here, it does indeed. It's not right.
It doesn't light up yellow.
It does indeed light up. But as you do so, the one at the top of the room darkens.
So the bottom middle one is meant to be lit up at the moment?
Yeah, it is. Is it not?
No.
No.
Sorry, my bad. There we go. No. Is it dark now?
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, token layer. Is it bright now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
And then you take the next step forward.
Yeah.
Nothing changes.
Mm-hmm.
You still continuing on your path?
Yeah, yeah. He's just got Crandall Jr. in mind.
Okay. So you move forward into the next area and you light up. Oh, I see what's going on. I see what's going on. You light up one more square,
Mm-hmm.
but, and here is the big but, your original first square darkens once more.
Okay. And then Crandall moves with Crandall Jr. onto this step here.
Mm-hmm. And when you do that, that square lights up.
Woohoo!
Hmm.
Mm.
Okay, now that Crandall has kind of made sure that Crandall Jr. is okay, he's just kind of taking a look around at the squares on the floor and looking over at Gak. He's like, where's Miracle?
Outside, I think.
Has she come into that room yet?
Yeah, she's arrived in the room.
Ah, right.
Running after.
But you're off to the side of the 3x3 panel.
Right.
But it's very dark apart from these steps that are illuminated.
Right. Well, lucky for Mirakin, she's got dark vision, so she can see in darkness up to 60 feet. So she takes a good look at her surroundings.
It's a very useful skill, but
It probably helped Gak as well, but it's fine. Gak didn't mind.
unlike where you're used to being able to see in darkness, you cannot see any more. Like your vision is restricted in a way you just are not used to.
Oh,
Mm.
dark magic is at work here.
Literal.
Yeah.
Literally.
Hmm. Having heard Mirakin's voice, Crandall moves south towards her, just one step onto or one square.
Sure. As you do so, that square lights up, but the square immediately to your right, as you walk down that way,
Mm-hmm.
Darkens. But this time, being close enough to see the square and get a good read of what's going on, immediately before the light turns out, you see a dark hoof print kind of stamped down on the space before it turns off.
Mm-hmm.
That's
What's Crandall got to say about that?
So, what are you doing, Crandall?
he's just kind of like he can't really believe what he saw, and he's kind of shaking. He's just like.
There was just like where there was light, there was a shadowy sort of hoofed leg, and it just
How big
seemed
was
to
it?
extinguish the light. Basically, the size of the hoof was maybe most of the square.
How big is a square?
A square is 5x5.
Right, so it's a big hoof.
Ooh, it's sizable.
Okay.
Yeah. Gonna rush right in on that one, Crandall?
Shoot. Yeah, I think Crandall's just frozen in fear at the moment. He saw this just enormous hoof, and he's just hoof, 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 and he's just pointing to the middle of the room.
I'm not sure I understand what the hell you're talking about.
And he's just kind of frozen.
John, did I catch anything with like from the side of my vision or anything like that? From where I'm standing, and I'm in the middle of the room. I was in the middle of the room.
I think you would have seen the hoof for sure.
Okay. I'm not sure if that freaks me out or if I'm just kind of like, it's darkness. I kind of, dark magic. It's what I sort of semi-expected, but I'm not really sure. I'm doubting. Would I have recognised what it could have been? Is there any way that I would have sort of gone, hoof, that makes sense for a demon or something like that?
Go ahead and roll Arcana.
12.
You're not really sure. There's nothing kind of compelling at this point.
Okay, so I'm not
to tell you what's going on with that.
Yeah, so Gag's not scared of this. Like, it's something terrifying. He's more curious as to, that's interesting. I saw the lights go out, but I wasn't expecting that. I'm a bit uncertain as to why Crandall is so terrified, but then remembering how shit he is in battle and just anything could kind of scare a little songster, that's kind of my whatever. Yeah, he's a scared little man, that's fine. He can have his little toy figurine to play with and we'll figure this one out. Yeah. Oh, cool, that's really awesome. So I'm just going to look over at Crandall and sort of like, are you okay, Crandall? Are you all right? What's going on there?
And he's just, hoof, hoof.
Yeah, I saw the hoof. I saw it turn the light out. I'm not so sure why you're so scared.
And that kind of snaps him out of. He's like, you don't know why I'm scared of a giant hoof coming out of darkness.
It's probably some dark magic trick.
You are quite the man.
It's American thing.
At hearing that, it's like Gag's just going to correct him. I'm not a man. There's a vast difference between man and what I actually am.
Yep.
So what can American see in here? Can
So
she
you
see
see
and hear?
Yeah, you can see and hear them. You can see the 3 panels lit up right now. And you can see, it's hard to make out Gak, but you can very clearly see Crandall and Crandall Jr. in the far right corner of the room.
So is the panel that Gag's standing on no longer lit?
It's not currently lit. No.
Oh, and Crandall was on this one. He was moving towards,
sorry.
Which is why that one's lit. Oh yeah, cool. All right, sweet. Okay.
So she can hear them squabbling away and calls out, "This is evil!" And then, what can I roll Arcana as well, or?
Yeah, sure.
All right, see if I can sense anything.
13.
No.
So I think with a 13, you get the sense that this is some sort of trap or puzzle put in place in order to prevent access somewhere.
Right. Okay. Right.
So on the far wall, up just beyond the square, there are 2 large concrete double doors.
And can Crandall see anything else, like on the walls or objects on any of these other 3 lit spaces?
You see carvings and some sconces lighting only the lit squares, but nothing nothing out of place, nothing for you to kind of draw information from.
And Crandall's going to take one more step towards Mirakin onto the next tile. And it's be like,
Sure.
Mirakin, have you seen anything like this before?
And as you do that, this one down here, make sure I get the right one, hopefully. Sorry, 1 second. That is not the right one.
Is this a puzzle for us or a puzzle for you?
Well, I thought I had it set up very well, but apparently not. There we go.
Nice.
It lights up.
Right. Well, Crandall Jr., I believe this is some kind of puzzle or test brought to us from these evil darkness forces, I feel. We must bring light to this room.
And it was stepping onto this square that he realized that none of the others have turned off. It used to be only 2 tiles that were lit, but now there's 4 tiles. Or is it 5 tiles? Is the bottom middle one lit or unlit at the moment? Sorry, John?
Unlit.
Unlit, okay, cool.
Does
And
it look lit?
it's just white at the moment.
Oh, man. Okay. Sorry.
But don't change it yet, and with that, Crandall slowly walks into this one in front of Mirakin, kind of, let's just see what happens.
Oh, it lit up.
Okay.
Can you leave Crandall Jr. where he is, just in case it turns off when he leaves?
Yeah.
And Mirakin stands in the corner and sees
So
what happens there.
as you moved over, Crandall,
Yeah. Oh.
again, Gak sees that same hoof crash down upon the square here, and Mirakin, you move over into this one, and it does indeed light up once more.
Oh.
But nothing turned off.
So if Gak moves to Gak's kind of like been watching this kind of happen and lights turn off and dance around him. He's just going to jump into the corner just to test the theory here. He's not going to tell anyone what his thoughts are. But just wants to see what happens.
Your square lights up.
Okay.
And nothing goes off.
Nothing goes off.
Well, the last time I moved, Crandall says, a square extinguished. So I'm done. I'm just going to stay. I'm just going to stay here because I don't want to. I've already ruined a few things.
I'm happy to hear you admit that, Crandall. It has been on my mind for some time, but I will save that lecture for afterwards.
But I do want to point your attention towards this living toy doll that is not hurting us. I just want you to remember that one.
He is quite charming, I will admit.
Yeah.
He's a toy.
So I'm just gonna stay here. Maybe you guys can move.
Crandall, can you get your toy thing to move into the middle?
Me and my son.
Son? You didn't create him, you just controlled him. Let's get this right.
I'm not moving.
Just
My son and I.
My son and I.
It would be really useful if you could just move him into the middle.
Moving from where we've.
Oh,
American thinks she can try to get tricky with it, so she tries to keep one leg on the spot she's currently on and then stand the other foot directly on the one above her to see if she can straddle two at once.
Okay, what's happening first? Crandall Jr. or
No,
American?
Crandall and Crandall Jr. are staying put.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no movement there.
So difficult.
So, American, as you try to straddle two squares at once, placing your foot deftly in the space above you, that does indeed light up. But
Oh no.
Oh.
But
the square that Crandall stands upon darkens.
oh my goodness.
Mm.
Hmm. Wait, my one darkens? Oh yeah, cool. All right.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I haven't been keeping track of what's been turned off and on, have you?
Not really. Puzzles aren't really my thing,
Crandall?
but
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Crandall's spent much time with puzzles, but seeing his switch off, he just kind of jumps up and down, kind of like stomps on it a couple of times, in an effort to see if that would turn back on.
Okay, so jumping, like fully releasing your
Yeah.
from it. Okay. So after the first time, it does indeed turn back on.
Oh.
As you hop up
Hmm.
and splash back down.
Okay. But or no buts.
So you jump up and down twice, right?
Just one. Oh, well, he's kind of like stomps and then just jumps. Yeah. Just one deft, like sort of onto it.
Okay. Yep.
okay. If do we even know why? Like, Gek's kind of running out of patience here. He's an orc. His patience is not really a strong point. And if you say anything about my characters, I'm just gonna. That's not fair. I get none of my characters have patience. It's because I'm not patient. All right. So Gek's just gonna suggest, why are we playing around with the lights? Why don't we just blow a hole in the door?
I mean, you're welcome to. I mean,
I can if you want me to try. If you want to stay playing this fun game with lights, then I'm cool to watch. But
by all
we do
means,
have-
make your way in front of the door.
yeah, so Gek's just gonna stand here, and his first thought is do the doors look, they're concrete, you said, eh?
Yeah, they look solid. And as you step on that square, it lights up.
Awesome. Gek's not really paying attention to the lights anymore. So they're solid kind of concrete steel, or are they wooden?
Concrete.
Concrete. Okay, cool. So
Stone doors.
stone doors. That's cool. Okay, so Gek is going to cast Magic Missile on the doors. And basically he's just going to sit there. So instead of saying flame on, he's just going to say missile and fire this magic missile out at the door.
Mm-hmm.
And basically this dart of light zooms out from his hand straight towards the concrete door, dealing a massive 1d4 damage. Assuming you let me hit it. It is a 1. Yeah.
As the Eldritch Dart streaks forward, it just kind of crashes into the door, and you just see no kind of reverberations or effect from that.
And Crandall speaks up. Why don't you step forward and check the damage that you might have done?
Oh, I'll damage you, you little shit.
American goes, just put 1 foot forward like I've done. See what that does.
All right, so I'll step 1 foot into said middle, the front square in front of me.
Cool. It lights up, and at the same time, Crandall Jr.'s light, his step darkens.
Ah,
So is Crandall's lit or unlit? 'Cause it's showing black at the moment.
It's unlit.
It's
right now.
unlit. All right, so both
Yeah.
of them are unlit.
Mhm.
These bottom two.
We're so close.
All right, and just
what if you two jump?
yeah. So just Crandall basically does jumps into the air and lands 1 foot on each of these unlit panels.
Roll a 1d20.
Oof, it was almost a 14, but it's instead a 6.
As you do, one of your feet lands in the bottom right-hand corner, moments before it lands in the middle
Oh,
Oh.
thing, and you. Where's that? That should be. What is that? Sorry.
that's all right.
No. Why is that? And anyway, the upshot is both of the things light up, both squares,
Mm-hmm.
as you land, chink chink, and then you hear a satisfying thunk from the
Yay.
doors
Oh, fantastic!
in front of you.
And with that, Crandall just looks over at the two again with the. No, here we go.
You're a lucky little man.
There
You
we
really
have
are.
it. I suppose all we needed was the touch of a bard. A true hero must have been what was required for this one.
You can lay off now. You can stop.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was aimed at Crandall or me. And whether
I'm beginning to wonder. There's a lot of that kind of stuff that could have been aimed at you, but not Crandall. But
yeah, I might be in
it
trouble with
works.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. And so Crandall kind of just gingerly makes his way up behind Gak and kind of just puts a hand on Gak's back and just kind of just pushes him a little, just gently. There we go, fellow. Why don't we take a look and see what's behind door number 2?
As the large stone doors creak open and our party makes their way into the next room.
Oh wow.
You see in front of you a pair of solid wooden double doors,
Oh.
and to the east and to the west, a single wooden door. Our party stands alongside Crandall Jr., who is still enthralled to Crandall himself.
How long have
Fantastic.
we got before that charm wears off? I mean, I know it lasts an hour, but how long are you giving us?
It's been probably 20 minutes.
Okay, that
Okay.
sounds
Just
good.
taking our real time how
Okay.
long it took to get through the puzzle.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Because well, Gak's probably aware that it will wear off at some point.
Mm.
So I'm just kind of nervous, a bit conscious that he may turn and shoot Crandall, which would be really disappointing, but kind of funny at the same time.
And Crandall is just standing there with his just arm around Crandall Jr. He's just like over his. He loves it. Can Crandall hear anything from any specific direction? Like, is there noise coming from any of these doors that we need to worry about?
What's your passive perception?
13.
Nothing at the moment.
Okay.
All right. So these two are two solid-looking doors in front of us.
Yeah, solid
Yeah.
wooden doors.
Crandall has a brilliant idea, and he turns to Crandall Jr. and he's excited. He's like, looks at Crandall Jr. He's like, Kringle, did you, Crandall Jr., can you take us to Kringle?
See, and then begin trying to walk into the door.
Oh, okay. All right.
As he can't quite make it move. He's not heavy enough, but he's
Okay.
just mechanically
Hmm.
just continuously trying.
Okay. All right. He's like, okay, all right. Just, you can step back now, Crandall Jr. Daddy's got this.
Oh, stop calling it daddy. Just stop referring. It's just wrong.
And Crandall turns to the others and he's like, I think Kringle could be behind this door.
Yes, but what else could be behind the door?
Presents.
Evil, darkness, likely to be darkness.
Mm.
Be our guest. Walk through the door with your thing.
Son.
Look, I'll call it son if you and it walk through the door, and American and I will wait behind and just kind of follow you through.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. You guys what?
You're a hero after all, Crandall.
All right. Crandall sort of like tries to crack open the door just to have a little peek at what's inside.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Okay. 11.
Yeah, you manage to see some way down into the room. Through a crack in the door, you see partway down the hall. It appears to be a large hall. You can't make out many details unless you crack the door open a good deal more.
Looks clear from here, guys. And he just bursts through into this little hallway.
Okay. Opening up the hall, you see rows and rows of seating set around a fireplace to the far end. This appears to be a room in a large workshop with a high ceiling, crossbeam 60 feet wide by 40 feet deep, and a ceiling that's 30 feet above the floor. The room is filled with motionless gnomes and pointy green and red hats, working away on whatever things they were before they became motionless. At the far end of the workshop sits a 6-foot-tall monster covered in dark fur with cloven feet, a tail, 2 horns, pointed ears, and a long, long tongue.
Evil!
Go on, Crandall. Show us how it's done.
Crandall just shouts out, Kringle, we're here to save you!
Oh my god.
And all of you see this figure.
Oh dear.
It's Krampus.
It's Krampus.
Wielding a tail-like brush, German overclothes, and a barrel on his back with numerous figures stuffed into it. You can't make out any of those figures right now, but they do seem ominous.
So yeah, Crandall thinks this is Kringle. And we're here to save you, Kringle. You wouldn't believe the room we've come through.
He says, I am not Kringle. I am Krampus. And Iceville will live in darkness forever. And everybody, please roll initiative.
Yay!
Of course, Crandall
Is that the
right
third
up
battle
there.
you've walked us into now?
Yeah.
Crandall?
Yeah.
It's cool. 5.
4.
Awesome.
13.
All right. Americans going first.
Oh.
Show us how it's done.
Sure.
Or at least show Crandall how it's done.
yeah. Crandall,
Because
he's
clearly
not good
has
at
no
this.
idea.
Oops.
He likes getting us into it, but not so much out of it.
13 Gak was what, 5?
Yeah.
And Crandall's 4.
Yeah.
Randall was 4.
Alright. American runs into the room and tries to take cover behind one of the many workbenches and poor frozen gnomes, looking around
Well,
wildly around.
you might just. I think Krampus has got a higher initiative than you do, unfortunately.
Oh, I see. He gets to go first. Oh gosh,
Yeah.
shall I go back to where I was?
No, go ahead. Describe what you're doing.
Alright, well, I was just looking around the room, seeing what there is, seeing if there are any sources of fire that I could use.
There are sconces in the lower left-hand corner and the lower right-hand corner burning away.
Alright. Is it Krampus's turn now?
Yeah, it is. So as you enter the room, sorry.
Is that also a fireplace directly behind him?
Looks like it.
It's a dead fireplace at the moment. The monster turns towards you all and lets out a huge roar. The roar extinguishes any candles, sconces, fireplaces, and plunges the workshop into darkness.
Oh, brilliant.
Oh
I
no.
love it.
All you can hear is Crandall screaming.
Like a little girl.
Yeah.
And is
And
this
then-
darkness magical darkness that still means I can't see with the dark vision?
For now, you can see in the dark in the same way that you normally would be able to.
That's
but
good.
You do hear the creature say, "Are you afraid of the dark?"
You got
Crandall might be, but
he is. Crandall's going, yes!
Crandall's crying for his mummy, but you know.
As the creature makes its way, you hear the click cloth of the hooves. As they make their way towards you, Crandall.
Oh.
Oh dear.
And at the very last moment, you instinctively duck to the side, that you feel a pair of horns just streak past you
Yikes.
in an attempt to gore you. Fortunately, they have missed this turn.
Yeah, very fortunately.
America, you're up.
Me. Oh. She's fumbling around in her backpack trying to find something that'll help in this situation, and she finds in her hands a holy symbol and desperately takes it out and lifts it above her head, hoping that it will do something, anything to quell the darkness.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll.
Towards them.
Go ahead and roll a wisdom save.
Ooh, how do I do that?
On the character sheet, there's a smaller chunk of clickable ones called saving throws. One of them's called wisdom.
Saving throws. I don't see it. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I see it. Oh, not good.
As you lift your holy symbol and it starts to react to what you're doing. It just begins to recede, like the light that it was emanating begins to recede upon itself. It appears to be beaten back by the darkness that surrounds it.
No.
Have you got any bonus actions or anything else?
I don't know. Probably readying the tinderbox, trying to strike up some light next turn.
Okay. Cool. Gak, you're up.
So the doors are open, yeah. So I would have,
Mm-hmm.
and I've seen what's happened with Crandall whimpering like a little baby in the middle of a room, and then deftly dodging this horn attack, and then seeing American's holy symbol fail miserably. Gak is just basically going to come, not too much charging, but storming into the room, I guess is the best way, with as almighty of a bellowing guttural kind of howl that an elfin orc can. So he's trying to be as orcish as he elfinly possibly can. Trying to strike a bit of fear into this Krampus dude. But he's also going to come in with his firebolt hand ablaze, ready to fire. And so he's basically coming howling and then literally screaming at the top of his lungs, fire, and hoping that Crandall's duck has moved out of the way and fire it straight at Krampus. Sorry, not Crandall. Too many CRs, man. Come on, Crandall, Kringle, what's going on? So from about...
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Yeah. Where am I? There in Fireball.
Fireball.
It's 11. Oh, man. Advantage would have been handy right there, but it was
Sure,
kind of a
man.
dramatic entrance.
Roll a dex save there, Crandall.
A dick.
Oh no! If Gak is the end of Crandall,
Hey, it's going down in a great way. Come on now.
13.
With a 13, you do manage to lean on your reflexes once more. Having dodged the gore, realizing that there's a firebolt coming over your shoulder, you just kind of matrix dodge it. But it streaks past this creature. And you are safe for the time being. Gak, anything
What
else?
about Crandall Jr.?
Well, that's yeah.
Crandall Jr. is fine. He's way back.
Oh right. Oh right. I thought he was with.
Crandall Jr. hasn't moved. He's
Yeah.
No, I believe that is all that I will be doing. But I'm going to continue howling like a madman, just hoping that he'll get the point that I'm going to rip into shreds at some point. But you know.
Okay, Crandall, you're up.
Crandall, having almost been gored to death by this monster and almost burnt to death by his companion, realizes he needs to maybe get out of the firing line a little bit and kind of just circles around a little bit, and calls out for Crandall Jr. to attack.
Let's hope he doesn't shoot you.
Okay.
I'm off to the side, so I hope not.
Their aim hasn't been great.
He moves forward and he readies his rifle, looking to you for instruction.
Oh, he's like, yeah, like attack this thing, the monster, attack the monster.
And he aims his rifle at Gak.
Oh
No, the other monster.
For a sec, and he goes, and he moves his rifle over to Krampus.
Nice.
Be careful with the words.
Boom! As it lets loose and deals some damage.
Oh, he hit him.
Okay,
That's
alright,
the first
that's
time
To
I've
the
ever seen
creature
it.
as the bullet lodges itself in the side of the Krampus.
Okay, and with that, what do we got here? All right, just as an action, as Crandall's action, he pulls the flute from his pocket, and he just plays a cacophony of bizarre kind of notes and sounds in an effort to create, to cast hideous laughter on Krampus. It's like, so Krampus needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Needs to beat 13.
Okay. He does not.
He does not. So Krampus does not, as in he didn't save.
He did not save.
All right, cool. So he basically falls prone and becomes incapacitated and unable to stand up for the duration of this, which is 1 minute.
Oh, brilliant!
What?
That's fantastic.
Basically, a creature of your choice that you can see within range perceives everything as hilariously funny and falls into fits of laughter if the spell affects it. The target must succeed on it or fall prone, becoming incapacitated and unable to stand up for the 1 minute duration. At the end of each of its turns, and each time it takes damage, it takes another wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
So we just leave him lying there
Forever, well, for 1 minute. That's about it.
for a minute.
You hear this as he keels over, is represented by the sweet icon. Just like on all fours, just kind of laughing to himself.
Oh, that
Nice,
is brilliant.
great use of your move.
yeah.
But it is his turn. What does he need to beat?
He just needs to beat 13.
Okay, he beats the 13. Does that use up his action?
Yes, yeah. Well, that's it. He has to do it at the end of his turn. He rolls a saving throw at the end of his turn. So yeah.
Okay, cool. So he can't do anything during his turn, but you did use up one of his very, very precious turns.
Yeah.
So we
And
stopped
he has
laughing
no-
already.
Yeah, he's already stopped.
Yeah, he has stopped laughing, and he stands up, gets to his feet, so he's no longer prone. Mirakin, you're up.
Damn. She's been fumbling through her pack, seeing what she's got, looking for a tinderbox, and she comes across some holy water and desperately fumbling with that, seeing if she can do anything with that, and starts frantically sprinkling it all over her dagger and all over the holy symbol, and trying to prepare for an attack. So she decides to have a go at throwing a holy water dagger at him to see if that can do anything before she tries to start any more fires.
Okay. Roll to hit.
What do I roll?
Just roll your dagger attack.
Oh, just click on the dagger.
Right, okay, yeah. Please.
Oh, look at that.
Cool.
It's successful. So roll a 1d4.
Or is this just for damage? Is it? You can just click on the word dagger in the where it rolled the dice. There you go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, nice. 10 damage. Perfect.
That's gotta hurt.
What,
Does he get
10?
any bonus?
No, that would have been 7 because it's added 3 plus 3. It should just be just the dex.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
I prefer
added the
10.
modifier twice. Yeah,
Yeah.
10's great.
Does the holy water give any bonus?
So as the dagger strikes deep into Crandall's heart, sorry, not Crandall's heart, Krampus's heart. Wow, you're right. There is a lot of CRs.
CRs and KRs. Kringle, Crandall.
You can see it kind of begin to seethe and simmer on his dark black fur.
Yes.
And it appears to be kind of burning, spending some time burning through him. But for you as a character, it's hard to tell. But it seemed to be pretty effective.
Nice.
Excellent. She just stays hunkered down, just trying to stay at range.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who's next?
Gek, you're up.
All right, so still kind of pretending to be orcish and intimidating and so forth, and trying to strike the fear of, I don't know, fear of anything in this black thing. Missing with his fireball or firebolt the first time wasn't overly impressive, so he's going to try something different this time. And yeah, no, I'm still going to try something different, and I apologise to Crandall in advance. He's he's going to go and fire his ice knife at him. So in his hand appears this shard of ice, and he throws it towards the Krampus, and so, and basically it deals 1d10 piercing damage. Hit or miss, the shard then explodes, and the target and each creature within 5 feet of it must succeed on a dex save or take 2d6 cold damage.
Why would you do this to him?
Because, because 1d10 damage, it could potentially kill Krampus, and he then has to succeed on a dex save and potentially take 2d6. You, my friend, are what's known as a cow, a casualty of war.
Go ahead and roll to hit. Yeah.
It was my 14.
Okay, 14 unfortunately is a miss.
Oh, come on!
Go ahead and roll your save there, please, Crandall.
Oh, good save.
22.
Well done. Good boy. Does your read on that, John, require Krampus to make a save as well?
Oh yeah, of course it does.
Cool.
He did save.
Ah, fudging hell.
So as your ice knife shatters onto the ground, it explodes outwards, and both Crandall and Krampus manage to dodge all the shards that shatter outwards. Anything else from you?
No.
Okay.
Gak is frustrated and angry and disappointed, all in one.
Crandall, you're up.
Okay, well, once again, Crandall calls for Crandall Jr. Crandall Jr., attack! Once more!
He successfully hits with his blunderbuss.
Oh,
Yes.
how is it that the most useless thing in the world is hitting and everyone else is failing? This is just not gold.
I do need to check his damage again. Tiny musket. Oh, Jesus Christ. He pelts the Krampus. Just absolutely peppers him. Just as his gun goes off, it just crashes into the creature, and who just kind of staggers backwards to that. But is still alive.
All right.
Crandall, you're...
And so with seeing that, Crandall just lays into Krampus with as many insults as he possibly can. You goat-faced, hoven, useless, smelly, fur-laden, kringle-capturing son of a bitch. And Krampus does need to make a wisdom saving throw of 13 he's got to beat 13.
Okay. How much damage is it?
It's only 1d4 if successful.
If he's successful.
Sorry, if he fails, it's 1d4 damage for psychic damage.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll the damage, and then I'll roll the save.
He's close. So... Oh!
4!
Oh, it's a 4.
Yes.
Does he take any damage on a save?
If the target can hear you, it must succeed on that and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes. No, there's no damage if it saves.
Okay. Unfortunately for you, he did save.
All right. He's still got it off his chest. He's still happy.
You've got that off your mind.
Any bonus actions?
No bonus actions.
Okay.
No.
He raises up his Thatcher Red and just tries to crash it down on Crandall.
You did just insult him.
And he rolled 22 to hit.
Ooh,
Does he not? Does he roll that at disadvantage?
No, because he.
No, because he saved.
Oh, yeah. Ouch.
He deals 3 damage to you.
That is the magic number. And with that,
In a good way.
no, in the opposite of a good way. So Crandall takes that beating and falls unconscious onto the ground.
Crandall.
Okay. Crandall.
He didn't take the chance to back off.
It would have opened up an opportunity of attack. Basically, he would have just attacked me anyway.
Yeah.
Crandall is down for the count.
No.
But the good news is, it's Mirakin's turn.
Good news. She's still just frantically sprinkling holy water on everything she can find in her pack, and she's found her bunch of stakes, her wooden stakes that she carries around with her. And so she's dousing them in water and hoping for the best and planning to give them a throw since she's run out of daggers.
Mm-hmm.
And
just roll your dagger attack.
Okay. And as a bonus action, I've got the 2-weapon fighting, so I can throw 2 different ones.
Nice.
Does it work?
Mm-hmm.
Acting like I know what I'm doing. All right, so
Doing
that's
a great job.
13, not so good.
Yep. So roll your second one.
And it says you don't add your ability modifier to the damage of the bonus attack.
Yeah. So just roll your 2-hit thing again. Just the same thing you rolled that time.
Okay.
Ooh. As you throw these 2 stakes, boom, boom, they kind of sail past Krampus's head.
No.
Unfortunately, not hitting him. Anything else? Would you like to move anywhere?
Gonna back off just a little bit. Maybe hide. Maybe just hiding behind the next little shelf. I don't think it'll help.
Cool. Gak, you're up.
Okay. With the charm spell, is Crandall Jr. going to listen to me, or I mean, I can give it a crack, I suppose.
Yeah, it's hard for you to know without trying.
Okay, so I'm just gonna before I do anything myself, I'm just gonna give Crandall Jr. a bit of a quick turnaround and say, Crandall Jr., shoot him. And I'm assuming we have to wait for him to have his turn because it would have been Crandall's turn, yeah?
Mm.
So I'm just going to tell him to shoot him. And then as I'm doing that, I'm going to pull my quarterstaff out, ready to go. Because magic hasn't worked, so I'm just kind of getting a bit frustrated. So I'm going to charge down the 10 yards or whatever there is between myself and Krampus and smash him in the forehead with my quarterstaff.
Sure.
So I'm there, face to face with this little demon. And boom. Please be high. 16. Yes.
16 hits.
Yay! And it does 3 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, as you crack him square in the jaw, his breathing is very heavy now. You manage to smash his tongue so it flails out sideways. He's like, but he brings his head back and kind of cracks his neck, rolls his shoulder. As you stare down the Krampus. Crandall, it's your turn. Go ahead and make a death saving throw, please.
Crandall.
So how do I do that?
Crandall.
I've never had to do one of these before.
Just straight up
On your
just a one d20.
All right.
no, if you just click on your on the decks
Ah.
on the table, there's a death save thing.
All right. Well, I got a
Okay.
12.
You got a 12, which is
You
all
have
right.
1 success and 0 failures.
Cool. And does despite me being down, does my charmed creature still act in like what I've previously told it to do?
Well, it's funny that you should mention that because as soon as you fall unconscious, the charmed creature is no longer charmed.
Oh,
Wait,
my
wait,
God.
And
It's not a concentration spell. It's
I know.
Oh,
But if you're dead,
the
you're no
magic-
longer
the,
charming.
the magic is gone.
no.
And he readies his rifle
He's gonna shoot me in the back.
and trained on Gak.
My son. I thought because he's
Crandall.
aware that he was charmed. I thought love would have brought him over to our side once the spell had worn off.
He'd just be pissed off that you can
What's your AC?
Okay.
My AC,
Yeah.
16.
Okay. That's a hit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have tried to kill me 2 times.
Take 5 damage.
It wasn't me that killed you.
I said tried to.
I didn't try. If I tried, you'd know about it.
You will try. But that is his turn. It is the Krampus's turn.
Oh, crap.
As he raises up his wicked reed, and he just tries to smack you, Gak.
There could be 2 of us down here very quickly.
He rolled very well. It's like a 23.
Oh!
Man.
Take 8 damage.
Yeah, Gek is down.
Oh
Gek is
no.
Gek is sleeping with. Yeah, Gek is having a nap.
Oh,
Okay.
this is bad.
It's a Gak nap.
Very
Gek
bad.
nap. That's right.
Fortunately for you, that is his turn. American, you're up.
You're on your own, American.
It's just you.
This is great. For a first timer, this is just an ideal situation.
Yeah, you've got 2 people to deal with.
Well, I think it's time to dust out the old tinderbox again and try and start a fire. So does that succeed? Trying to-
Go ahead and roll
Flame
survival.
Oh no. All right.
And we'll call this your bonus action.
Okay.
22.
Yeah, you
Big
light
fire.
a pretty good fire.
All right. So I used my gust ability to fan the flames directly onto the soldier, trying to take out the most immediate threat.
Cool. So I don't think he gets a save if I remember correctly. So you just fan these flames all over Crandall Jr.
Excellent.
Crandall!
It's like
Oh, I love it.
it was like a tinderbox himself, and he lights up.
Excellent. Can I do
but-
anything else?
You can move, but gust is your main action.
Right.
Can't believe you killed
I think
Crandall
I'll just
Jr.
stay where I am.
Okay.
Crandall
Gak,
Jr. was shot. Gek's down.
yeah, please roll a death saving throw.
Oh, I don't want to.
You have to roll 4.
I rolled
3.
a. Oh, what? I pressed the button, but it didn't work. Hold on. No, it's not working. All right. Oh, yes, it is. There it is. Here it goes. The first one was a 16.
Okay. You are successful. You have 1
Yeah.
success and 0 failures.
Yeah.
Crandall, you're up.
All
Come on,
right,
Crandall.
let's see how this death save goes. Ooh, that's
Oh,
a
it's a crit fail. That's an auto death. You just died. Oh, dude.
It's not an auto death, but it is twin failures. So
Ooh.
you have one
No.
success and 2 failures.
Shit.
One more failure and you
Brando.
die. Permanently.
Not good.
This
Oh,
is
Crandall,
not
you
good.
can't. So if
It
Crandall
is-
died,
It is Krampus's turn.
It only makes sense that father and son die together.
What? You did not create him. You just you stole him. If anything, you stole him from his parents. Oh my
Krampus.
god.
American, you're the only one who's conscious right now, but you hear Krampus say, "The children get no presents this year. Only pain." As he casts a magical darkness which emanates from him and spreads outwards in a 20-foot radius beyond himself, engulfing your fellows.
Hmm.
Oh,
And most of the room.
Sounds really bad.
It is your turn.
It is only your turn.
Oh no. Good. Oh god. Because I've used up all my spell slots, so I've really only got things to throw at him, and then
Cantrips? Have you got any good cantrips?
I can control the flames if they're still involved in that toy soldier. I can
Yep. There are some small flames there.
don't think it'll be too useful though, because it's really I can only get it moving 5 feet away, and that'll probably just hit me and not Krampus. So I might have to.
It'll just go that far.
I can try to gust the create a small blast of air that propels the burning soldier towards Krampus, while hopefully reigniting the flames to hopefully hit Krampus.
Hmm.
Sorry, I'm just reading something. 1 second.
This is like the silence before the storm.
Yeah, well, no, I think the storm's already. I think the storm's already hit.
The problem is you
Yeah.
guys are going to get engulfed in flame as well at this point.
We're already dead. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So what would you like to do? So you
I'm
want to
gonna
gust flame towards Krampus?
I want to gust the charred body of the soldier towards Krampus, hopefully reigniting the flame as it gets closer to Krampus.
Okay.
It won't be able to hit him with any great force though, because it's just a gust.
Hmm.
But hopefully it can get his fur on fire or something.
We're dead. We're all dead.
Well, you're practically you're
Yeah.
one failure away from it.
Okay. So you could send the toy soldier to about there.
Ooh, that's not close enough. I might have to resort to throwing more stakes at him, I think.
Surely he's pretty close to.
He's got to be pretty close to dead.
He's got to be pretty close.
Holy water stakes at him instead, I think. And I can use the bonus action to throw 2 again, right?
You sure can.
Just-
You should know though that he is in this opaque darkness.
You kind of know where he is, though, right? Especially with the 22. Assuming he hasn't moved, you must have hit pretty well. Oh, 2 of them.
Come on, please.
So as you throw your 2 zoom, your stakes off into the darkness, go ahead and roll for damage for each of them.
Oh, is that not a damage? Oh, do I have to click on them?
Yeah.
If you click on the word dagger, it does the damage. Oh, 9 on the second one. And 7. Brilliant.
You hear this thunk thunk as
Yeah.
a
And
pair,
Crandall goes, and dies.
as a
Hopefully
pair,
not.
a pair of stakes sink into something what exactly it is, you're not sure right now. But as the darkness recedes and you see Krampus stumbling backwards with a pair of wooden stakes set into his chest,
Yay!
as he calls back and says, I've been planning this for centuries. What? How could you stop this? As you hear him breathe in his last major breath and then just fall backwards.
Yay!
Woo!
His long tongue, trailing down the side of his jaw, off over and touching the ground. Krampus is no more.
Woo!
Awesome. Awesome.
You're not dead. Does that mean you're all right now?
No, he's not dead. As in, we'll both need to be healed.
I've run out of magic spells, although
You don't need to. Wow.
I do have some kind of druid type herbalism kit. I don't actually know what it does though. Could that
You've
be
got time. You've got time to have a 4-hour rest, and we might not die. I'm not sure how John wants to play that path.
Yes,
We're just throwing bodies lying on the ground.
No, I think given that was your, given that was your action. Let's go ahead and roll for it. Gek, you're up.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's an 11.
11 is a success.
Yeah. 2 and none. Come on now.
Come on.
Regan, yes. Oh,
So it's 2 and 2.
You
Two
were
and
2 and 2.
yeah.
Marakan, it's your turn. You have your compatriots dying before you.
What? She runs up to them and just doesn't really have any magic left, unfortunately.
So, so Crandall seems to be the worst off of the two.
Yeah.
So Gak is 1 and 2, and sorry, 2 and
none.
1, 2 and none, and Crandall is 2 and 2.
2 and 2.
So he appears to be struggling for life the most.
Yeah.
So you've got a couple of options. If you have any spells that would heal, that's great. If you don't, you might have the cantrip Spare the Dying.
Nope.
If you don't have that, you need to make a medicine check.
Okay. Right.
And I think given you have a herbalism kit, you can have the medicine check with advantage.
Oh, great. She runs up to him and she's just scolding him as she's trying to help him. Like, absolute moron. I knew this would happen. You just absolutely so pathetically stupid. How dare you try to die right now?
Oh, I love how you get told off. It's brilliant.
23.
Oh, wow.
You managed to stabilize Crandall as you managed to crunch up the right combination of herbs just to treat his ailments. He's not conscious at this point, but he is stable.
Hey.
Relief. Oh. I
No
thought we'd
more
lost
this
Crandall.
And I think with some time spent with Gak as well, you can have a similar situation. As each of them enters into recovery mode. But both of them are unconscious, which is unfortunate for this next part.
What a downer.
What a downer! As the most magical thing that you've ever possibly witnessed, this tiny, kind of round, jolly gnome bounds up towards you and says, "American, thank you so much." And you can feel the light kind of coming off of this gnome. as he walks towards you, you can see like light almost kind of flowing off of his aura. He says, American, you have done myself and Iceville and everyone a great service this day. These other people were here as well, but you were the one who really saved us. And so I would like to thank you. Thank you, American. You have been a very, very good adventurer. Just one second. As he reaches back and that's not going to work. I'm just going to wear the hat. As he reaches back into his sack and he kind of pulls out for you. He says, and he plays with this tiny figurine in his hand. And he says, "Oh, this is Eladrin. She was a ward of nature, protector of all things good and natural. I gift her to you. This is a female ranger, which I'll arrange to give to Reagan to give to you later on."
Nice.
And she says, "Well, I suppose I shouldn't forget your compatriots. They did help at the start, after all."
So filled with contempt.
We only sacrificed ourselves,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's all right.
This is Rakar. Rakar is... I give him to Gak to remind him that savagery and intelligence and cunning can be brought together in equal measure.
Oh,
He does not need to give into one or the other. And for Crandall, dear sweet Crandall, I hear he's going to paint mindscapes. He's going to create worlds, and so I gift to him
Oh, sick.
this mirror,
Oh, that's cool.
who I'm sure will serve him well and serve as inspiration for him to be able to do that.
That's awesome.
And he hands you these three figurines, and it says, "Farewell. I'll make sure that I free these enslaved gnomes, and I will make sure that Iceville has its happily ever after, has its Kringle Fest, has its toys for the children." Thank you very much, American. And that is the end of our adventure.
Hey.
So
Ah, we
thanks
did
to
it.
everybody who watched. Did it. It was pretty close.
That was
I tried
insanely
not to
close.
pull any punches. I was like, oh, just let it happen.
Yeah,
It's pretty close.
Oh,
yeah.
damn lucky throws right there at the end.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I like to think that like the following evening at the tavern, at the bar John and Crandall puts on another show and creates a touching song about Crandall Jr.
Yeah.
And how great
like
he
to
was.
think-
And how great he
Yeah.
was.
Yeah, so go ahead
And how
and
you
roll
love him forever.
performance for that.
What was that? Sorry, John.
Go ahead and roll performance for the
Alright.
epilogue of Crandall Jr.
Play us out with the end credits. How good
7.
is
It's a 7.
It's the kind of thing. It's the kind of song that people say that they like, but
Yeah.
they're not really sure why.
Everyone knows really that wasn't what happened,
Yeah.
but yeah. All
I
right.
like to think that when Gak and Crandall wake up, American doesn't really relate the kind words of Kringle to them, but more so rephrases what he said into a kind of lecture towards their behaviour in a more negative light than Kringle ever intended.
Can you roll persuasion? Can you roll persuasion to see how persuasive you were to Crandall?
Scolded and yay, we
To
won.
see
You,
if they believed that Krampus really was that hard on them. I mean, Kringle.
Oh, the crit failed.
Crandall's just like, come on now.
Yeah. We know that's not how it happened.
It's just kind of like.
Well, thank you everybody for watching. Again, we've got a Twitter account, we've got a Discord to follow, we've got a text D&D, which is slowed down a little bit, but come and watch it anyway. It's pretty fun. If you like what you saw tonight, we'll be back in maybe a couple of Mondays, I think. There is a follow button up the top. Click that and you'll be notified when we go live next time, where we can likely do the finale of the big campaign of the Storm King's Thunder. But yes, thanks for watching. John, thank you so much for hosting tonight's session.
Yeah, thanks, John. It was great fun.
It's no problem.
Great. Kringle present.
Remember, it's always more fun to critically miss than to critically hit.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Merry Christmas to all. And to all, a good eve.
See you later, everybody.
Later.